What's up, everybody? Welcome to today's episode of Pro Democracy Pod. We have a special episode for you guys today. I'm going to be offering live coverage of the U.S. hosted Democracy Summit. I wrote an article about it yesterday, which we're going to go over before we get going with what's going on today. And unfortunately, Mila can't join us right away. It's early still. I'm sure a lot of you are just getting up. I certainly am, if you can't tell from my appearance. But I have my Pro Democracy Podcast mug filled with coffee. So I'm going to be drinking this. Mila is going to be a little bit late because she texted me last night that she had flooding in her apartment and wouldn't be able to join until later. I actually see Carl Za is texting me. He's asking if we're going now. We are going, Carl. You don't have to join just yet. But if you want, you can. I just wanted to, play a couple clips from yesterday and go over my article before we go into Joe Biden's opening remarks. So let's get going. And I appreciate you guys all joining me. I am streaming on Twitter at the moment. But we're going to be moving over exclusively to Rockfin in a little bit. It's going to be a free episode. We're doing this and trying to, raise some awareness about our show, because we're doing really good things over there. So we want all of you to be, aware of the show. And that way, so today's episode's free. We're going to be doing a marathon episode, and basically going over a lot of the speeches that are given today, and offering our commentary, our views on it. So I'm going to get started with, actually, you know what? Because there were some technical difficulties and my stream didn't start right away. So it clipped out like a few minutes. So I'm just going to send out the new link that all my guests have to join from right now, so that there's no confusion when they try to join. Okay, so here we go. Everything's in order. We have a few viewers already. Thank you for joining, guys. So I'm going to go over. First, I want to play this clip from Anthony Blinken. This is yesterday, and I'm going to read the section of my article that talks about this panel that he was that he gave the opening remarks for. So I'm going to share my screen here.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Carl. We have Carl Za in the house. Thanks for joining, man.
Oh yeah, no problem. I would miss this.
So you're a little bit earlier than I needed you, but that's okay. I still appreciate you, Carl. And again, I don't know. You look a lot better than I do right now, because it's like 8 here, and I have red spots on my face from sleeping funny on the pillow still. I'm drinking my first coffee.
That's why I have my laptop camera with low resolution, so you can't see it.
Wow, expert advice. I appreciate it. So how about this? How about instead of going through my article yesterday, which is here, and I try to kind of highlight some of the main flaws in U.S. democracy. But what I'll do is I'll just focus really quickly on the portion that discusses this panel. I have a clip of Anthony Blinken that I want to play. And then I wanted to go over this quick section, and then we can go and we can watch Joe Biden's comments just, 40 minutes ago, because they actually started a little bit before us. But they're having closed door meetings right now, so they're not broadcasting anything. What do you think they're talking about at the closed door meeting?
I don't know. They're probably patting each other on the back. How brilliant they are to pull this off. Is this a virtual Zoom meeting, or they're actually meeting together? Like they're actually flying?
No, I mean I saw just to kind of like spoiler alert, Blinken and Biden were in the same room. So Biden, we know Biden's not doing it from his basement in Delaware. But it is a glorified Zoom call, right?
What's the point? I mean, what's the point of even having this meeting? But go ahead, do your show. I'm just gonna sit back and drink my tea.
Okay, so we'll start off with this this speech from Blinken yesterday. So, I mean, basically, the first event at this summit was called Media Freedom and Sustainability. And the panel discussed, it featured opening remarks from Anthony Blinken, as well as his Dutch and Canadian counterparts. So it was co-hosted by 3 countries, the US, the Netherlands, and Canada. I mean, I think it goes without saying that it's bitterly ironic that the United States is hosting a panel on media freedom as it prosecutes Julian Assange for the crime of journalism that exposed war crimes of the empire. So, it was billed as like, quote, trying to answer the question, how can the international community do more to protect journalists as well as reduce the vulnerability of independent media to closure and economic and political pressure. So I'm going to play this brief clip. In it, I noticed Blinken kind of like co-opted some of the language of racial justice. He said that like news deserts were a problem, which is kind of like a play on the term food desert. And then he started talking about at-risk journalists, which is like, at-risk youth. So it's all very cynical. But that's not in this clip. At least the news desert part isn't. But what he talks about in this clip is new funding for U.S. propaganda. So I'm going to play.
At the Summit for Democracy this week.
Carl, can you hear it?
No, barely. I can barely hear it.
Okay. Let me fix that.
At the Summit for Democracy this week, we're asking governments to make concrete commitments to strengthen free, independent media and help tackle the diverse challenges that they face. Today, I'd like to highlight 4 ways the United States is doing that, among others. First, we're increasing protection from free press here at home. In July, the Department of Justice adopted a new policy to stop using subpoenas, warrants, and other investigative powers to obtain notes, work products, or other information from journalists engaged in news gathering activities. Second, at the summit, we are announcing significant new investments to support independent media and financial freedom. We'll make the biggest contribution by any government to the recently launched International Fund for Public Interest Media, an innovative new initiative that provides assistance to at-risk independent news outlets. The fund will be administered not by governments, but by an inclusive group of independent, well-respected journalists, media, and financial experts. In addition, USAID will announce the launch of a media viability accelerator, which will bring together media outlets, business advisory groups, and the private sector to make independent press outlets more sustainable, focusing on data sharing, technical assistance, and financial services. These new efforts will come atop the $236 million President Biden has requested in the 2022 budget to support independent media around the globe, a more than 40% increase on the amount allotted in 2020. Third, we're launching a new liability fund to provide financial support for reporters and news organizations that are targeted with litigation as a result of their reporting.
So there was actually a fourth thing, but it was just I cut it out of the clip because it was too long, and it was just like, we're going to continue to call out injustice against journalists.
Well, thank you for cutting it off, because I think Anthony Blinken must be like the most uncharismatic U.S. official. You can just replace him with a bot, and he changes nothing. I mean, like his presentation, his facial expression, this is designed to put people to sleep. But what he's really saying is U.S. is pouring into 230 million funding to do more propaganda. I mean, how is it going to be independent journalism when it's funded by United States government?
Yeah, I mean, it's a contradiction in terms, right? And it's like, okay, so we have a new USAID project they're announcing, plus this like international fund that they're putting more money into than any governments, plus another fund where they're going to support journalists targeted with litigation for their reporting. Of course, no mention of Julian Assange. I actually, because that panel, which he gave the opening remarks to, which that last video was a part of, it was moderated by the Secretary General of Amnesty International. So prior to it, I put out on Twitter, and it had about 30,000 views. My tweet before the panel even happened, my tweet had been out for a while. I put out on Twitter asking for her if she would raise the issue of Julian Assange, because her organization, Amnesty, has called his prosecution, quote, nothing short of a full-scale assault on the right to freedom of expression. And, and then I tagged a lot of the other people and that were actually involved on the panel. And you have Maria Ressa, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for her journalism. She's been funded, by the National Endowment for Democracy. You have this woman, what's her name? Jenna Avila, who is a Honduran journalist who has also been funded by the National Endowment of Democracy. You have Bei Fang, who's the president of Radio Free Asia, which is a U.S. propaganda outlet started by the CIA. She said it was started by Congress in the panel. She said, yeah, we were started by Congress. I'm like, I don't think that's right. And then you have like a BBC journalist, which is of course started by the British government. So you have like all these like Western backed journalists, propagandists, trying to tell the world about how we can support independent media. I tagged all of them, asking them to raise the case of Julian Assange. Of course, none of them did. So, the thing about these kind of summits, and this is like, these kind of things happen a lot in DC. This one's virtual because, like, it's the COVID era, and the Biden people don't want to leave the White House if they don't have to. But
you would think that for a summit ostensibly about independent journalism, they would actually invite some independent journalists. Right. Instead of all these people working at the mouthpiece of state media, first Radio Free Asia, BBC, they're all state media.
Yeah.
None of them independent.
And then Maria Ressa, who's been funded by the NED, and this Honduran journalist who's also Contra Corriente is her outlet. They've gotten NED funding. She actually said that their business model was revolutionary during the panel. It's like, excuse me, maybe counter-revolutionary. I'll buy that.
Counter-revolutionary.
But these, what I was saying is these things happen all the time in DC. I went to last July this summit on religious freedom in DC, and Anthony Blinken was there, and Mike Pompeo was there, Samantha Power, a lot of high-ranking U.S. government officials. It was sponsored in part by Falun Gong and the Church of Scientology.
And Falun Gong, by the way, is a cult that's supported by United States government. They have funding back in the days before the U.S. Media what is it? U.S. Agency of Global Media.
Global Media,
yeah. It was called back when it was still called the Broadcasting Board of Governors. But even back then, they were funding Falun Gong along with like Radio Free Asia and all these other government-sponsored media outlets. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so these things happen all the time, and they're like gold mines for journalists, but journalists never go. It's shocking, It's shocking to me. Like here we have
it's more like government press release.
Yeah. No, literally. But they use them as an opportunity, as we just saw with Blinken. They use them as an opportunity to lay their agenda out and announce all kinds of new initiatives. And so it's a really it's a gold mine for journalists, but it's almost like too damning, right? Like I'm at this religious freedom summit in DC last July, and I'm walking around and I go to the room where all the sponsored organizations have their booth, and the Church of Scientology is prominent there. And it's just, they have all this literature about Youth for Human Rights. They have 4 front groups that are focused on human rights. And it's also ridiculous that if any journalist worth their weight in salt was to look into it at all, it'd be a massive scandal. But they all keep quiet about it. And then, journalists like me, who no one really cares about.
If it's a true representative democracy, I'm expecting somebody questioning why they're getting Falun Gong newspapers shoved to their doorsteps everywhere. It's like, why is my tax dollar funding this?
Yeah.
Who asked for this?
Yeah. So I guess we can go ahead and play Biden's speech today. I haven't seen his speech. It was just 40 minutes ago.
Let's do it. I'm ready for a laugh.
Yeah, me too. I need it. These things are what the hell did I do with my layout here? Okay. Well, you guys have to you have to be patient with me because I'm very computer stupid. What happened to Carl?
No worries.
How do I get you back?
I can see you. It's all good. Okay, I'm back.
Here we go. Okay. All right. So I have it kind of ready to go here. Of course, they start the stream and then they make you wait 40 minutes for anything to happen.
Oh, yeah. So it's just 2 of them?
Yeah.
Summit for Democracy.
And I like how Biden walks in with the mask on, but he takes it off when he gets there. Like he's at a restaurant.
Hello, everyone.
Buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a la primera cumbre.
Oh, this is Spanish. Yeah. I pulled up the Spanish version.
Okay. Oh, so they actually do real-time translation. Okay.
Yeah. In a lot of languages too. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they put a lot of money into this. I don't know how you blow millions of taxpayer dollars on a virtual summit. But
that probably very few people care about. I mean,
well,
I don't think any of my real life friends really care about this stuff.
Yeah. I don't think my real life friends even know about it. I mean, this is look, it's got 3,628 views.
That's pathetic.
you take an average Twitch video game streamer and they have 4,000 times the views.
Because that's actually fun. I mean, who wants to listen to Anthony Blinken or Joe Biden?
Right.
That's torture.
Us apparently.
We're masochists.
Yeah, I love that. It's like he's going into a restaurant. But Blinken didn't walk in with the mask on.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to the first Summit for Democracy. This gathering has been on my mind for a long time for a simple reason. In the face of sustained and alarming challenges to democracy, universal human rights, and all around the world, democracy needs champions. And I wanted to host this summit because here in the United States, we know as well as anyone that renewing our democracy and strengthening our democratic institutions requires constant effort. American democracy is an ongoing struggle to live up to our highest ideals and to heal our divisions, to recommit ourselves to the founding idea of our nation, captured in our Declaration of Independence, not like many of your documents. We say, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all women and men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Democracy doesn't happen by accident. We have to renew it with each generation. And this is an urgent matter on all our parts, in my view. Because the data we're seeing is largely pointing in the wrong direction. Freedom House reports in 2020 that marked the 15th consecutive year of global freedom in retreat. Another recent report from the International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance noted more than half of all democracies have experienced a decline in at least one aspect of their democracy over the last 10 years, including the United States. And these trends are being exacerbated by global challenges that
Where's this
are
teleprompter?
than ever, and which require shared efforts to address these concerns. By outside pressure from autocrats, they seek to advance their own power, export and expand their influence around the world, and justify the repressive policies and practices as a more efficient way to address today's challenges. That's how it's sold. By voices that seek to fan the flames of social division and political polarization. And perhaps most importantly, and most worrying of all, by increasing the dissatisfaction of people all around the world with democratic governments that they feel are failing to deliver for their needs. In my view, this is the defining challenge of our time. Democracy, government of the people, by the people, for the people, can at times be fragile, but it also is inherently resilient. It's capable of self-correction and it's capable of self-improvement. And yes, democracy is hard. We all know that. It works best with consensus and cooperation. When people and parties,
I see Modi in the bottom left,
and find ways to work together, things begin to work. But it's the best way to unleash youth potential and defend human dignity and solve big problems. And it's up to us to prove that. Democracies are not all the same. We don't agree on everything, all of us in this meeting today. But the choices we make together are going to define, in my view, the course of our shared future for generations to come. And as a global community for democracy, we have to stand up for the values that unite us. We have to stand for justice and the rule of law, for free speech, free assembly, free press, freedom of religion, for all the inherent human rights of every individual. My late friend, Congressman John Lewis, is a great champion of American democracy and for civil rights around the world, learning from and gaining inspiration from other great leaders like Gandhi and Mandela. With his final words as he was dying to our nation last year, he reminded our country, quote, democracy is not a state, it's an act. Democracy is not a state, it is an act. So over the next 2 days, we're bringing together leaders from 100 governments alongside activists, trade unionists, and other civil society, leading experts and researchers and representatives from the business community, not to assert that any one of our democracies is perfect or has all the answers, but to lock arms and reaffirm our shared commitment to make our democracies better, to share ideas and learn from each other, and make concrete commitments for how to strengthen our own democracies, push back on authoritarianism, fight corruption, promote and protect human rights of people everywhere, to act. This summit is a kickoff of a year in action for all of our countries. To follow through on our commitments and report back next year on the progress we've made. And as we do this, the United States is going to lead by example, investing in our own democracy, supporting our partners around the world at the same time. In the early stage of my administration, we pursued a broad-based agenda to prove that American democracy can still do big things and take on challenges that matter most. That's why we immediately passed the American Rescue Plan to get shots in people's arms as fast as possible at home and around the world. Let's get this pandemic under control and to stimulate inclusive and lasting economic recovery. It's also helping to drive global. Last month, I was proud to sign a bipartisan piece of legislation, a true act of consensus between Democrats and Republicans and our country, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This legislation will make a generational investment to deliver what people need most in the 21st century: clean water, roads, high-speed broadband internet, so much more. All of which strengthens our democracy by creating good-paying union jobs that will translate to lives of opportunity and dignity for working people, with better access to the tools and resources that we need to thrive. Soon, I hope to sign into law a bill we call the Build Better Plan, which will be an extraordinary investment on our people and our workers, and give American families just a little more breathing room to deal with the problems and our opportunities. Our domestic agenda will be focused on delivering for the needs of the American people.
How long must this go on? I'm sorry, like I've been sitting here trying to listen to him, but he said a lot of words. So far, what the hell has he exactly said? I mean, like
I know.
It's like I understand every single word, but string together, I have no idea what he's saying. Like, I only one sentence I agree that freedom is retreating in United States, and I have not hear how he's planning to address that, and explain it why it has been a problem. Why is the freedom retreating in the United States, and what he's planning to do about it? See, that's what I like to hear from him. But so far, it's just blah 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 blah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing with these things, right? Is it's like a lot of that. It's just all the buzzwords thrown together, and then you get like an original like platitude that some speechwriter got paid handsomely for. And then like after like 3 hours, you get like a news drop, and they say it so casual that you're like, huh? Like you wake up, you're like, oh, better write that down, you know?
I was seriously about to fall asleep listening to Biden. I mean,
he looks terrible. He looks worse than I do.
It's hard. It's really hard. I mean, I try. I was like, he's my elder. I try to respect him, let him finish what he has to say. But oh my God, okay, sorry. Let's keep going.
Well, his like first few sentences sounded like the trailer to a Marvel movie. He's like, democracy needs new champions. All right, let's see if we can stomach more of this. Yeah. I lost you again. I don't know how to do this. I'm not good at this. Here we go. Okay.
My administration recently released our first national strategy on gender equality and equity. We're fostering greater worker power because workers organizing a union to give them the voice in the workplace, in their community, in their country isn't just an act of economic solidarity. It's democracy in action. We're making it easy for Americans to register to vote. And we've doubled the number of attorneys defending and enforcing voting rights laws through our Department of Justice. And my administration is going to keep fighting to pass two critical pieces of legislation that will shore up the very foundation of American democracy, the sacred right of every person to make their voice heard through free, fair, and secure elections. we need to enact what we call the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to prevent voting discrimination, provide baselines for accessing the ballot box, and ensure the will of the voters is upheld, and so much more. We should be making it easy for people, not harder. And that's going to remain a priority for my administration until we get it done. Inaction. And as we continue to work to bring the United States closer to what we call a more perfect union, we're doubling down on our engagement with and support of democracies around the world. Earlier this week, I released the first U.S. government strategy on countering corruption, which elevates our fight against transnational corruption, a crime that drains public resources and hollows out the ability of governments to deliver for the people and just evaporates confidence that the people must need to have in their government. The strategy includes working with other partners, all of you around the world, to improve transparency, hold corrupt actors accountable, reduce their ability to use the United States international financial system to hide assets and to launder money. And today, I'm proud to launch the Presidential Initiative for Democratic Renewal, which will focus efforts across our diplomacy and foreign assistance programs to bolster democratic resilience and human rights and globally. Working with our Congress, we're planning to commit as much as $224 million in the next year to shore up transparent and accountable governance, including supporting media freedom, fighting international corruption, standing with democratic reformers, promoting technology that advances democracy, and defining and defending what a fair election is. Let me give you a few examples of the kind of work this initiative will entail. A free and independent media. It's the bedrock of democracy. It's how publics stay informed and how governments are held accountable. And around the world, press freedom is under threat. So we're committing critical seed money to launch a new multilateral effort or international fund for public interest media to sustain independent media around the world. And through our USAID, we're going to be standing up a new defamation defense fund for journalists to help protect investigative journalists against nuisance lawsuits designed to prevent them from doing their vital work around the world. We're going to launch new programs to help connect anti-corruption activities across civil society, the media, academia, labor, and protect whistleblowers and help partners eliminate money laundering and safe havens.
I agree with the dogs. This is like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. Yeah, I apologize. I mean, so typically,
I agree with the dog. I completely in agreement with the dog.
Yeah.
Nobody should be made to suffer through this. I mean, I totally understand why you only have 3,600 views. I mean, who want to willingly submit themselves to this? This is, I mean, he took a long time to say they're going to pump money into to do more propaganda. You know,
yeah.
He just said that in the beginning. Say like, hey, you know, we have a lot of tax dollar money lying around. We're gonna sending the pipeline to fund more government mouthpieces. You know, I think that would be a good idea. That's all he has to say. He's like all these blah 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 blah. I mean, like people are already falling asleep by the time he like, you know, get to the point.
Yeah, I mean and you're exactly right about them just like pumping money into the shit, because like they're like, oh, you know, there's a deficiency of democratic accountability in our multilateral institutions, you know, all these vague buzzwords, and then what are they gonna do about it? They don't tell us. They just throw money at it.
Yeah.
I also like how Biden has like an audience of like 110 world leaders, and he's like promoting the Democratic Party's domestic agenda.
Exactly.
You know, like, what are you doing? Like, that's when you're like talking to the American people, talking to Congress, like not like what does Narendra Modi care about Build Back Better?
All those leaders, I bet they have the same thoughts that you know that went through our mind, who were forced to listen to Biden. It's like, come on, guys, just get to the point, please. Fast forward.
Maybe I can fast forward. Maybe there's a button here. No, I don't. I think because it's live.
By the voice of, or strengthened by the voice of all citizens. This presentation includes programs to advance women and girls in civic engagement and political leadership, empowering the LGBTQ community, individuals.
We only got 4. Only 4 letters.
Labor law reform, working
5
work organizations. It includes new lines of efforts with our partners to address online harassment and abuse and reduce the potential for countries to abuse.
All right, Carl, you have to stop the trolling. The United States is going to pour its resources into stemming online harassment and abuse.
Use new technologies, including surveillance technologies, to suppress the rights of their people to express their views. And we'll stand up to, we're going to stand up 2 rapid response cross-cutting initiatives that support the key goals of this summit: the Fund for Democratic Renewal and the Partnership for Democracy program. It's going to allow the State Department USID to surge funds to support our partners working on democratic front lines around the world. My fellow leaders, members of civil society, activists, advocates, citizens, we stand at an inflection point in history, in my view. The choices we make, in my view, in this moment, are going to fundamentally determine the direction our world is going to take in the coming decades. Will we allow the backward slide of rights and democracy to continue unchecked? Or will we, together, have a vision and the vision, not just a vision, the vision and courage to once more lead the march of human progress and human freedom forward? I believe we can do that, and we will, if we have faith in ourselves and in our democracies and in each other. That's what this summit is about. I'm so looking forward to a productive session and discussions that we'll have over the next 2 days. I'm looking forward to the connections we'll build to support our work moving forward. So let's get to work. Thank you all so very much for your patience.
All right. Thank you all so much for your patience. Fitting closing statement.
Wow. Yeah. I should thank us for our patience. I really, that was really trying. I'm like really trying to focus to listen what he says. But this is just.
Well, he doesn't say anything.
He could have said everything in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Like, what the hell was that? Like, it was just using words to fill the space.
Yeah.
Why does anybody?
This is the kind of thing that makes me miss America First. Because Trump would. Could you imagine Trump doing this? Never.
That's true. At least Trump is entertaining. This is just boring shit. I mean, like.
Well, Biden already looks like, like, I don't know. You're an American citizen, so it's like when you haven't seen a president who's gone out of office for a while, and then it's like, it's like 8 years later or something, and then you see like a recent picture, and you're like, oh my God, they're really old. They got really old. That's how Biden looks now.
I mean, he's old. It's senior abuse. They shouldn't put him up to, like, people. If people see like old man Biden's age working at Walmart, they will say, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the same thing. What the hell is he doing?"
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, Bill Clinton looks like healthy compared to him,
Well, yeah.
Well, he's got a couple ways of staying young, apparently.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Bill Clinton has this method of relaxation, hang at the Epstein's compound,
right.
Probably.
It's funny too. I guess Bill Richardson was one of the powerful people named recently in the Epstein circle. This is a guy who, I guess like what his deal is he like gets like paid speaking gigs for MEK, And then he takes that money and spends it on Epstein's island.
Wait. So United States government puts money to fund MEK, this Iranian cult, and then MEK takes that money, pays Bill Richardson, and then Bill Richardson spend it on Epstein's compound. This is like a vicious circle jerk. I mean, like, what the heck? Like, this is where our tax dollars went.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Yeah, regime change cults and pedophile islands.
Yeah.
Welcome to democracy in America. We hope that you can join us in this pursuit.
I mean, I wish if Biden actually talk about that and how we're gonna fight that, there will be more viewership. People will actually listen. That people actually would care about that.
This would have 300,000 views, not 3,000. Live.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they I don't even understand what this. I think it's just kind of like laying the groundwork for like doing this in the future. I guess that there's closed door meetings where obviously the real stuff is that's where the real meat and potatoes is, or however you say that. Half the time I'm podcasting, I'm like using phrases and I'm like, did I use that right? But yeah, I mean that's where the sausage is made, right?
I mean, like they say the freedom is retreating U.S. Totally correct, and it's the doing of the United States government. And the big in cahoots with the big tech companies. We just have Twitter purging a whole bunch of people by the reports of ASPI, because they're working with ASPI, this Australian think tank that was founded by United States government, funded by Raytheon, funded by Lockheed Martin, all these arms manufacturers. And ASPI is telling Twitter, so like, look, there are a list of these accounts whose view we don't agree with. So we're gonna report them as bots. Please take care of them. I was monitoring like these so-called security experts tweeting about this, how they arrive at the report. They say, oh, look at these bots. They work at the Chinese working hours. I'm like, does that mean they're not bots? Does that mean they're real people?
Half the time I'm working at Chinese work hours.
And they say, oh, look, they took there's a sharp drop of activity during the lunch hour. Their tweet activity goes down during lunch hour. So you're basically saying you took some real people's account and you purged it and you call it bots.
Yeah.
Right. What you're saying too.
Bots don't need lunch.
Yeah, exactly. And why do the bots have to work with the Chinese working hours?
Right.
You think bot will be 24/7?
Well, and the most scandalous thing of what you've just said is that in China you get like a decent lunch break.
Yeah, people can go home and take a nap. They have like siesta time. You get like 2-hour lunch break, or you can take a nap.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many jobs I've had where you get like 15 minutes, like especially in a restaurant. It's like, all right, go sit by the dishwasher as it runs and eat your fucking hamburger, that we just cooked. And then in China you get a lunch break. Amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what Blinken has to say, because I think he's coming on next.
Oh god. Okay.
I'm sorry to put you through this. Hey, you agreed, man. You signed up for this.
I did, unwisely. I chose poorly.
Strengthen our democracies to meet the challenges before us in this new century. As the president mentioned, we have been very much looking forward to today's discussion, the work that's going to follow from it, on how democracies can deliver better for our people. And as the president said, and as I think we all know, our democracies are facing growing challenges around the world, from within and from without. Decreasing citizen trust in government, threats to democratic institutions. We've seen a democratic recession in recent years. And these are not challenges to be taken lightly. We have a lot of work to do. But that's exactly why we're here today. While each one of our countries faces real challenges, we also know that democracy remains the most effective way to tackle those challenges and to advance human dignity. From engagements with civil society to reforms to strengthen democratic institutions.
Just replace this guy with AI. Come on, like replace him with an AI announcer. We lose nothing.
Yeah.
God. Okay.
Well, and he's like saying democracy is the best system of government, and then also it's failing everywhere.
Yes. Exactly.
Today to learn from each other's experiences, and that's really one of the driving ideas behind this gathering. So we will now begin a closed door session. I respectfully request our friends from the media to leave the room as we get started on that.
As we discuss how we're gonna, divvy up the resources of the world in the least democratic way possible. At least he was short, right?
Yeah. Thankfully. So that's great. They give us all the boring stuff, and then they go back to the closed door meeting and do their taking over the world bit. That's great.
Right. Yeah. It's just like, how ridiculous. Okay, you're having a summit on democracy. Okay, media, please go.
We're gonna do real work now, okay?
Media freedom is so important. Get the fuck out of here. What are you? It's just like, how are you gonna? We need to strengthen transparency.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is. I honestly don't understand what's the point of this democracy summit. They already have like G7, G20, whatever. It's like, what's the point of this? Like, I was patient. I was trying to listen to Biden on why we need this new summit, and he said this is the first democracy summit. So there's going to be more
every year.
Yeah, like
they're hoping to do it in person after this year.
Oh God! Like, I hope they all get COVID. This is terrible.
Yeah. Well, and you're right. It's like we already have G20, G7. We have, the World Economic Forum. We have the International Monetary. How many more things do we need? We already know who rules us, right?
Yeah, they should just all move to Epstein's Island. All of them should just like quarantine together.
Yeah. And then we can nuke it.
Yeah. Oh man.
So we're caught up on that. So I guess we can talk about if you don't mind if we go over my article for a bit. We're gonna have more people joining us later. I know that you have time constraints too, so just whenever you need to go, that's fine. But I thought it was worth talking about. So basically, I did an article yesterday. Oh yeah, this is important. So guess who's invited to the Democracy Summit? Juan Guaido.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I know. Who would think?
President.
And then what's her name? I don't even know how to. Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. I don't know, the Ukrainian lady who they're trying to Guaido into power.
Oh God.
So I wrote Guaido. I wrote also invited is Venezuelan opposition activist Juan Guaido, who was declared by the U.S. to be the interim president of Venezuela. Nearly 3 years later, Guaido is still considered the interim leader of the country by the U.S. and its allies in the region. Despite a failed military coup attempt, his coalition completely falling apart, and having never participated in a presidential election. Guaido's de facto Belarusian counterpart, that lady, an opposition figure who lost in the country's 2020 presidential election, will also be speaking. now here I have a link to a poll. She may be the favored to lead her country by only around 4% of Belarusians. So just 4% of Belarusians want her to be president. But she maintains a solid 100% rate of support from Washington-based think tank fellows. And I'm sure, and
also that 4% of the support also resides in Washington, D.C.
Right. Right. They're just like voting by mail. Yeah. And then I'm sure you saw like I don't know, when I was watching Biden, I noticed Taiwan was there.
Of course.
They were invited. China was snubbed. Ukraine was invited. Russia was snubbed. And then Israel, where millions of Palestinians live as second-class citizens, they're apparently democratic enough to invite to such an esteemed event. Where else? Brazil is invited. Brazil, whose president just said only God can oust me.
Jesus.
I mean, you can't make this up. It's like somebody tweeted at me, because this is actually pretty funny. I'm gonna pull up this tweet. Because I went to obviously I've been on the Democracy Summit's YouTube page lately. So I went to their YouTube channel, and I saw this banner of a protest. And look, if you look right here where I have my mouse, I don't know if you guys can actually see my mouse, but in the top right, you can see this lady has numbers written on her arm, and that's not like some kind of like Holocaust reference. What that is when people go to protests and they think that they're going to do something that's going to get them arrested, they write the number of their lawyer on their arm.
No way.
So that's what that is. And the State Department used that photo. So I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, this is what's the story of this photo, right? So I did a reverse image search, and what I found was that it was a there were a few more steps involved. I'm not going to bore you guys with that process, but what I found was that it's originally from Shutterstock, and the State Department bought it. And here in the original photo in the top left, you can see it says "Fight for Socialism," socialistparty.org.uk. So they're using as their banner photo.
They're literally commodifying activism.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And let's look at the countries not invited. Okay, so there's Russia, which isn't socialist, but then there's China, then there's Venezuela, then there's Nicaragua, then there's Cuba. So all the socialist countries aren't invited, and then they use a photo of a socialist protest to promote themselves.
This is Democratic Party platform now. It's just they adopt all the woke progressive language,
right.
Wrap themselves in the the color, the rainbow flag, but they're still the same establishment party. I mean, they just subscribe to all, they pay lip service to all these all these language. Like you said, they co-opted the language of progressivism and then with that photo, there's like people of color in it, so they're like, okay, this checks the boxes, let's use it. Yes.
There's a brown lady with a megaphone, good to go, ship it. And then somebody tweeted that at me, that it checks it has the multiracial look. And then somebody else said the U.S. is a live action Onion article, which is just the perfect description of this whole summit. I mean, this is they're basically doing what equivalent of they're just going to declare the Epstein compound to be an inclusive environment where all groups are represented. Oh, it's a safe space.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and then while the rulers of the world scheme, this is what we get. This nice orchestral music. The Summit for Democracy will resume momentarily after we're done figuring out 50 ways to fuck you. I mean, how many people are just like sitting here getting like really like, can you picture like the Kamala stands, like the, you know, the real like neoliberal people that are just like, yeah, let's do some democracy.
Yeah, I don't think even those people are watching this, man. Come on, these people they just say they just post a tweet or here and there. They don't have the commitment to actually.
They wait for like these hack journalists like Aaron Rupert who just like tweet clips all day to tweet something, and then they like just boost it from their like bot.
Exactly. I mean, like there's.
Maybe some people heard the music and thought it was like Star Wars, so they're watching. But 282 at this moment. I mean, maybe we have better numbers than that.
I mean, like you said, the Twitch gamers at least are entertaining. This is crap. This is crap entertainment. And it's worse because they're out to screw you. At least when you watch Twitch gamer, you're just the worst you could do is wasting your time.
Yeah.
But yeah, what they do have real world consequences, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I wrote in my article was that when the U.S. says that they want to promote democracy, everybody needs to hide, right? That's when you hide. So let's hope that this summit has more bark than bite, because the track record is not good.
Yeah, I mean, what is democracy summit anyway? Like, U.S. is not a real democracy. When was the last time the U.S. government have represented the will of the people?
Right. That's worth bringing up too. I talked about that in my article. There was a 2011 study from Princeton University, and I'll put this up on my screen so you guys can see it. Here we go. So this is from that study, this graphic here. And what they did is they took like more than 1,000 policies and polling and like kind of just like that had economic income data on respondents. And what they found is that if you're an average citizen, maybe middle class or poor or maybe slightly upper class, if 0% favored the policy change, this is the likelihood here of where of how likely it is that policy change will be enacted. And as more and more people support that policy change, there's no change in the likelihood of it being enacted. Now, compare that to the preferences of economic elites, and you see a much different story. And the same thing with special interest groups, or these are specifically business interest groups. So this is like, I think the most fundamental conception of democracy that I have is that like majoritarian rule, right? Like the will of the common man is carried out by the government. And we have a very opposite situation in the United States where it's the will of the economic elite. So that's an oligarchy.
I just did a quick search on Joe Biden's approval numbers. I'm actually surprised. I'm actually surprised he has like 40%. I'm like, wow, that's higher than I expected. Somebody need to check those numbers. I don't think he has 40% approval rating.
It's 40. Yeah, it's 42.8%.
That's too high. That's too high.
That's actually worse than most recent presidents besides Trump, because I talked about that in my article too. And then, how about this? How about the fact that I have this in my article. Let me pull it up. We have the issue of average people basically having absolutely no political power. We have gerrymandering, which I wrote makes electoral districts look more like Etch-a-Sketch drawings than cohesive or meaningful population groups. We have because of gerrymandering, total non-competitiveness in House of Representative races. In 2020, only 10% of electoral House districts were actually competitive. Like there was like a shot in it going to either party.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
Like I was actually surprised. Like Biden actually said they're going to try to address these issues, but his solution was just to make it easier for people to access poll to go to the voting booth. I mean, like, why is he talking about that in the so-called democracy summit with all these world leaders? It's like, I mean, like he made it like this is they're coming here to do some momentous thing, and they're just doing the basic. I mean,
right.
To help.
We're talking about John Lewis. None of these people know who John Lewis is.
Exactly.
They don't care.
Yeah.
So public perception and electoral integrity is low in the United States, where we rank 57 out of 165 countries. That's before 2020. So before Trump said that, the election was stolen from him. Look at this. Because there is no official count of how many U.S. citizens in total are eligible to vote, the best figures we can get are from independent analysts. That doesn't sound very democratic or transparent. The most authoritative of them is Dr. Michael McDonald, professor of political science at the University of Florida, who runs the United States Election Project. According to his research, 292 million people in the U.S. were eligible to vote in 2020 presidential election. Yet, according to his project, only 66.2% of the voting eligible public voted in the presidential race, meaning that slightly more than a third of eligible voters didn't vote at all. So, I mean, they say that like all these other countries, their electoral systems are flawed, but they consistently have higher turnout rates than we do. This 2020 election, where more than a third of eligible voters didn't vote, had the highest turnout in 120 years. The highest turnout rate.
Why should people turn out? I mean, like when the choice is between Trump and Biden, how are you gonna get people excited to go out to vote? I mean, like you actually have to interrupt your daily routines, take time to go vote, and when you basically we just have presented with two sucky choices. It's why why and on top of that, what has meaningful change has Biden administration brought since it assumed power?
Yeah.
What substantive changes have they done? All the promises.
He pulled that awful trick where he said, "Oh, we're gonna." I forget the exact number values, but he said we're gonna give you, like $2,000 or something, right? And then he added. He only gave you like a portion of that and said, "Oh, well, this is if you add this with the money that we gave you before, then it's 2,000." Do you remember that? I feel like it's going to be hard for people to forget that, because the money that he added, that he said added on to what he was giving you to reach that amount that he promised, that came under Trump. If you add up the two checks that we got under Trump versus the one check we got under Biden, Trump gave us more money.
It's true.
So I'm not surprised that.
And on top of that, they just approved like what more than $700 million defense budget, more than Biden asked for, and that's what our Congress approved in a time when a lot of the people, especially young people in the country, are still suffering.
Yeah, I mean, especially like people who aren't college educated, you know,
Yep.
people who were poor or low income are suffering worse than ever, and it's like basically life as normal for the college educated and the employed because they're working from home, right? They're still getting
and the U.S. poverty alleviation program is basically get them to join the military.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's something to talk about too, because real quick, let me just say Biden only got 443,000 more votes than people who didn't vote, right? So, and the people that didn't vote cited reasons for abstaining, such as a lack of interest in the election, the feeling that their vote wouldn't make a difference, or general dislike for the candidates, right? So Biden barely beat the couch. In 2016, people used to say, oh, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. I'd say, no, the couch won the popular vote because more people didn't vote than voted for Hillary Clinton. But, you know, let's talk about poverty alleviation. You have in the U.S., and this is in my article too, more than 1 in 8 Americans living in poverty, or equal to 12.7% of the population, with almost half of them living in extreme poverty. That's from 2017. I'm sure it's worse now with the pandemic. 18% of children living in poverty. So the child poverty rate's higher than the the overall poverty rate. And then with Black Americans, 42% of Black children live in poverty, almost half. Compare that to China, who was deemed not democratic enough to attend the summit and has eliminated extreme poverty this year. I mean,
yeah, I remember one of these think tank journalists were tweeting that you know, the definition of democracy is that you know, you get to change, you get to have a change of political parties.
Yeah,
right?
I saw that.
And I think it was Eric Lee who said the difference between China and United States is United States you get to change parties, but you don't get to change policies.
Yeah. And in China, you don't get to change the part. I have that quote in my article. You don't get to change the party, but you can change policies. Yeah, this is that tweet. Sheena Chestnut. Her middle name is Chestnut. No. Okay. China/Asia dictatorship/democracy and national security. She sounds like a real expert, man. Strauss Center. I don't know any of these. UT Austin, the LBJ school. That sounds like top 10 public policy graduate school at okay. 18-month DC track. We can turn you into a swamp creature in 18 months.
Wow.
So she says the most basic definition of a democracy is a policy system in which parties lose elections. Oh my God.
And wait, was Japan invited to the
Japan,
democracy?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, Japan is where like they have a single party for decades after World War II.
Yeah. Okay, so
I think there's like 4 years, you know, like in the entire post-war history where Japan was ruled by a party that's not other than the LDP.
Let's look at this. We have the participant list. Albania, Angola, Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Armenia, Australia, Austria, Bahamas, Barbados, Belgium, Belize, Botswana, Brazil. I feel like I'm doing that like you know, the Animaniacs. Colombia, of course.
Colombia, yes. Oh.
Democratic Republic of Congo, where they have the right to guaranteed employment for all children in a cobalt mine. You have Dominican Republic, Ecuador, the European Union. I guess that's a country. France, which is part of, in Germany, which are part of the European Union, but okay.
That just means more bureaucrats, like all these bureaucrats from Brussels gets to attend. That's what it means. Okay,
Israel,
of course.
Here's Japan.
Japan, yep.
Kosovo.
Kosovo, yes. Failed state.
Fake state.
Yeah, failed pseudo state.
Oh boy. See, I'm not North Macedonia where NATO rigged the election.
Oh, jeez. I mean, okay.
The Philippines, I love it. They have Maria Ressa, who's like this anti-government activist, and then they have the government of the Philippines.
Yes.
Maybe they're trying to like facilitate a dialogue or something.
Yeah, who knows?
South Korea.
Yeah.
I guess South Korea is not so bad under Moon, right?
Yeah, I mean South Korea, yeah, exactly. At least it's not under the right-wing government right now. So let's see. Go down the list.
The South Korean right wing is like really off the rails.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they invited Taiwan, but United States government still don't recognize, still don't officially even recognize Taiwan, but they invited it. Okay.
This is the country where they took the photo from where people were forced to write their lawyers' numbers on their arm. Because they could get arrested by the police for protesting. So
yeah. And Ukraine is there. Wow.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's not about democracy. It's about provoking Russia and China, or not even provoking, but just like shoring up support for the information war, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's see if we have more from the Democracy Summit. No, we're still playing the orchestral.
They're still divvying up the world.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny too because like it's almost like this was like half-assed because I was writing the article about this and they didn't release the schedule until like late on Wednesday. I'm sorry, late on Tuesday, like Tuesday night. So I was like, I finished the piece and then I was going to file it in the morning for edits. And then in the morning, I'm like, okay, well, the summit started.
Well, I see. I thought this Democracy Summit was already over. When you sent me the schedule, I realized, it hasn't started.
I wish it was already over.
I mean, it's just like nobody knows what's it really about. I mean, why they need it, and it's
Biden doesn't even know where he is. So we have Summit for Democracy remarks and releases here on the State Department.
Fact sheet announcing the presidential initiative for democratic renewal. Okay.
I want to look at this DOD one. Do you mind?
Oh yes. That's probably the important one. It's the meaty one.
The Department of Defense is proud to support President Biden's Summit for Democracy through programs that bolster. Oh God, I'm sick of this word bolster. That bolster democratic norms and further the professionalism of military and security forces in partnership nations, let's like Turkey, right? Where we're gonna modernize the Grey Wolves, and the Free Syrian Army. This guy, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, the other day he confused Russia with the Soviet Union again.
Yes.
It's 1992, the year I was born. So as Secretary of Defense Austin said, we look forward to, quote, a brighter future and even stronger rules-based international order because that quote means more security, more stability, more prosperity, more resilience, and more openness.
That just means more defense budget.
Yeah.
More money for the Pentagon.
Security cooperation remains a critical component of our effort to strengthen relationships with partners and allies, and we foster that cooperation with a keen eye on respect for human rights, democratic values, and respect for civilian authority. Again, just look at Turkey, NATO ally Turkey, which is,
look at the paragraph below. Our WPS program advanced opportunity for women in partner nation security sectors, addressing sexual harassment and abuse, protect women and girls during conflict and crisis that United States initiated.
Yeah.
That's what
I mean that's the thing, right? It's like the military is like a cesspool of sexual harassment. I mean, all the time you see these scandals. There was that Marines Facebook page a few years ago that had like naked photos of like all the women Marines on it, just being passed around. I mean, gang rape is like a huge problem in the U.S. military. And then all the like U.S. government supported institutions that say we're going to protect women and girls. What do? They like rape women and girls. Look at the NGO world. I was reading the other day about a scandal. There was a leaked paper from the UN. Of course, that leaked paper was never released by the journalists it was given to. It was just like kind of reported on it in like a 7-paragraph article. But back in 2000, there was like 40 human rights NGOs that were all like abusing, like raping women and children. I could pull up some of my research. I have it still here because I was working on an article. I got kind of sidetracked, but
and also, yeah, while you're looking that up, remember when during the Afghanistan withdrawal, all these people are up in arms. Like, what about women in Afghanistan? It's like United States didn't go into Afghanistan to protect Afghanistan women. That has never been the case. I mean, the best way they can do that to protect them is stay away, stay the F away.
Yeah. I mean, but there's like these massive scandals of like, I mean, so like the International Rescue Committee was one of the NGOs implicated in this scandal, and they were, again, they were like raping women and children, because the leak was never actually released. I can't say like who did what, which organization did what, but like here's an example of what the kind of stuff that was happening in these NGOs. This is from the UN. Case 2, a 14-year-old refugee girl from Sierra Leone was raped in a refugee camp in Guinea early in 2002. The investigation team established that offenders, a Sierra Leonean refugee and a Ghanaian NGO staff member, were responsible. In the course of her interview, the victim described in detail how the Ghanaian NGO offender, while on duty in the refugee camp, spotted her and requested his friend, the Sierra Leonean, to approach her on his behalf to solicit a sexual relationship. She declined. Later that day, the Sierra Leonean refugee called to her as she was walking past his hut, saying that he had a message for her. When she paused, he pushed her inside in his hut where the NGO offender was waiting. She was restrained and violently raped by the NGO worker. So widespread across 40 human rights NGOs, we have this rape issue. None of them were punished for it. And for example, International Rescue Committee was one of the organizations, one of the 40 NGOs that was implicated in this. And then at the same time, you go to their YouTube page and they have all these videos of protecting foreign people from child exploitation and rape. So it's totally hypocritical. It's a total scam meant to just like pull at heartstrings and get funding so that they can go out and rape people. I mean,
if you go to a lot of global South countries, you see all these NGO people driving in their SUVs, like basically living like kings on their whatever funds, and while disparaging the locals, and basically exploiting the vast difference in the income between themselves and the locals, and then they are, like the sexual exploitation is only just one facet of that. That's their lifestyle. That's how these NGOs make a living. They do all these PR work. Well, all these PR work in the developed world, saying, "Oh, we're doing the good deeds to get funding." So basically, enable them to live like the old time colonials in these global South countries. That's the reality, unfortunately.
And we're both expats, and we could say that.
Okay, I am supported by my Patreon subscribers. Disclaimer.
So, I mean, look at Samantha Power, right? Who had a number of roles in the Obama administration. Under Biden, she's the director of the United States Agency for International Destabilization, USAID. Back during the Obama years, during a trip in Africa, she was traveling in a heavily armored 14-car convoy that was barreling up the road. This is according to somebody. This is a quote from somebody that was on that convoy. Samantha Power and her team, quote, "didn't slow down when we approached the village of Mokong and struck and killed a 6-year-old boy. Then we were gone. While an ambulance in the convoy stopped to offer aid, there was nothing that could be done. The SUV that hit Toussaint, the young boy, briefly pulled over before being ordered back on the road, and the motorcade did not stop." So that's like, this is how much, I mean, the top aid agency has a woman on it, leading it, who like didn't stop her convoy when they killed a boy in Africa. I mean, that's like, that just speaks volumes about how morally bankrupt these people are. But
because that's what they do. A lot of people are even desensitized to that, because that's how they operate in these countries. And they're above the local law, and they're not held accountable by anyone.
Yeah. So it looks like we have a little something from the stream. And again, I know you have to go, so don't worry about me. I'll be here.
Yeah, it's getting late. It's hitting midnight right now. After midnight, turn into a pumpkin.
Well, okay. Can you stick around for a few more minutes? Like
sure,
5?
Sure, no worries.
All right, cool. Let's see what they have for us.
This is like that mean image. You know what I'm talking about? The Democrats bombing with the rainbow flag.
Oh my God! And they have the National Police of Honduras, this fucking brutal gang that works for drug cartels and beats up students on the regular. Did you see that?
I missed it.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, go ahead.
Look at this. Yeah, they have like look, National Police Honduras. And the dude's got the same name as the drug dealing president, Hernandez.
Wait, but Honduras just had an election. The old president is out.
Yeah, that's right. But his name was Juan Orlando Hernandez. The National Police are notorious in Honduras. Notorious because they're just so brutal. I have videos of them that I've published picking up rocks off the street and throwing them at students. The police, the National Police.
Wow.
And look at the dolls, man. Oh my god. Hold on, I'm gonna tweet this to promote our episode here. So we'll finish watching this, and then you can get going. I appreciate you being here.
USA ID. Oh my god. He's back.
Our favorite guy. Most interesting man in the world.
Oh man, initially I signed up for this because I was looking for a good belly laugh, but man, it was so boring. I didn't know
sorry.
it was so boring.
I'm sorry, Carl.
No, it's good. It's all good. It's good. Yeah, it's moment like this when you miss Trump.
I know.
At least Trump was entertaining. These guys just bore you to death. Oh my god.
We should get him on the podcast to do the comments.
Oh god.
All right, man. Well, thanks for joining. I do appreciate
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Carl.
Yeah, I'm gonna go turning a pumpkin now. Bye-bye.
And that's Carl Za of the Silk and Steel podcast. You can follow him on Twitter at Carl Za and on Patreon. so support him in Indonesia or wherever he is. So I'm gonna tweet out this clip, this image here of the USAID ad at the Democracy Summit. Features the notoriously violent thugs of the Honduran National Police, infamous for brutalizing student activists throughout the U.S.-backed narco regime. I'll say at the behest, because actually they were like kind of unleashed by Juan Orlando Hernandez, the drug trafficking linked president of Honduras, just voted out. We just had an episode about that. And then I'm going to say on Twitter, this is for Twitter because I'm trying to promote this episode. And again, if you guys are watching, I really appreciate it. Please share. We're trying to raise awareness about our podcast. Mila will be joining later, and we have more guests to come too. But I'm going to be doing this for a while today, just trying to keep it going and track this summit because as Carl and I were talking about, this is like where the sausage is made. And at these kind of summits, usually they're based in DC or like Brussels or something. But they get very little attention from the media, even independent media. So, as boring as it is, it's super important to cover it. We've already learned about new USAID initiatives, new US funding for propaganda. And you get to see all the hypocrisy on full display. So I wanted to cover this, even though it's a little bit boring. I'm going to try to keep it as interesting as I can for you guys. But let me finish up this tweet with a link to the podcast. And I apologize. My dogs are going crazy in the background. All right, so that tweet's out. I can't believe that photo of the Honduran police, the national police, who are just like famous in that country for their brutality. Again, I've let me see if I can play this this video I have of them throwing rocks. Just bear with me, guys. Yeah. Here we go. All right. So this is the photo that USAID used, Honduran National Police, with these children hugging these like inflatable cops. And then this is a video of the National Police that I published. See, they're throwing rocks.
The police out here are specifically targeting me and other journalists and human rights workers because the students told us. So they've been having this injury on my foot from a rock. And wow, another right here. And standing behind that tree, just trying to take cover. And they were throwing them directly at me. There's another rocket coming right now. They've just started tear gassing again. So one of them ran all the way in. Okay.
So I think you guys get the idea. We're gonna continue to go through this summit. Let's listen to what Blinken has to say.
So it's a pleasure to be with everyone this morning, and for some of you this afternoon, this evening, and to introduce two distinguished leaders who will open today's session on bolstering democratic resilience. Each of them is going to offer us, I think, unique vantage points on the challenges and opportunities that we're facing as a community of democracies. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and threatened New Zealand, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern ensured public health while respecting human rights and fundamental freedoms. I think she demonstrated how effective government leadership that preserves civil liberties, elevates voices of the marginalized, is critical for gaining public trust at a time of crisis. And so we very much appreciate having the Prime Minister with us to share insights on how democracies can build back better together from the pandemic through increased resilience, solidarity, accountability, and to deliver broadly for their people. These are invaluable lessons, and we look to the Prime Minister to share them.
Ina mana, ina reo, raurangatira mā, ngā mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa, mai tōku whenua o Aotearoa. Tēnā kōrua, Mr. President, Secretary Blinken. Thank you for bringing us together for this session on strengthening democratic resilience. My distinguished fellow panelists, heads of state and government, the many civil society, academic, and private sector leaders here today, greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Democracy, pluralism, and partnership, underpinned by human rights and the rule of law, are essential to our identity as a nation. Aotearoa, New Zealand is one of the oldest democracies in the world and has held regular elections since 1854. In 1893, we became the first self-governing country in the world in which women had the right to vote in parliamentary elections. Since 1867, there has also been dedicated seats to ensure our Indigenous people, Māori, have a voice in our parliament. But our democratic system is not just about voting. It took almost a century longer for governments to address equality and justice issues for Māori and for women, and this work continues today. While we can reflect positively on progress to date, we need to be conscious that democratic systems and the progress they make can be fragile. They need certain things to thrive. Among them, high-quality institutions, a clear social contract that binds people together and underpins their relationship with governments, an unwavering commitment to human rights and the rule of law, a real voice for marginalised people, and the ability to make decisions and respond to pressing economic and social issues. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a wide-ranging impacts on us all, from millions of deaths around the world to hundreds of thousands of new daily cases. This is having a lasting human impact on those who have been sick or lost relatives and friends, on the way we live, on our workplaces, and on how we communicate and connect. COVID-19 has exposed institutional and social deficits, mental health issues, access to housing, social displacement and inequality, the distrust many marginalised groups already had in governments. COVID has made difficult social justice issues into urgent priorities. It has seen brave people, essential workers, put their well-being on the line for the rest of us. Our work, economic and social lives have been pushed online. This has accelerated digital transformation in exceptional, innovative ways. It has also thrust many into an environment that can be isolating, unfamiliar, lacking the social norms that govern offline behaviours. For some, it has deepened economic and social distance, highlighting problems of inclusion. This, in turn, feeds into questions of democratic resilience. Digital developments are having profound effects on many of our democracies. Many of those are enabling and strongly positive. Some, though, require careful thought, given their impacts on society and democratic institutions. As we think about democratic resilience, we need consciously to engage communities on how we nurture and maintain democracies in a digital environment. That will be a key part of building back better. Aotearoa New Zealand is committed to a free, open, secure and globally connected internet as a powerful vehicle for social progress, democratic participation and economic and technological advances. The internet connects people across our borders, between our legal systems and our distinctive democracies, cultures and values. Keeping it free, open and secure means making certain conscious trade-offs in the way we pursue other objectives. Governments alone don't possess all the expertise or legitimacy to operate in that space. Multi-stakeholder approaches are essential if we're to chart a durable, rights-respecting path forward. I'm a firm believer in embracing the strength of our diversity. Open, multi-stakeholder approaches can be powerful, effective, and importantly, enduring. I've seen the progress made through the Christchurch Call to Action, where governments, the private sector and civil society work together to eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online. We're delighted this year to have the United States of America join the Christchurch Call. The US has joined more than 50 other countries, a global network of civil society organisations, and many of the world's largest tech companies in this work. This is a vote of confidence in the idea a safer internet does not have to compromise on openness nor on human rights. On a related note, as artificial intelligence and emerging technologies play an increasing role in our lives, we need to develop ethical, human rights-based frameworks to understand the impacts and govern them. Those frameworks need global perspective, countries small and large, and voices and expertise from across society. Aotearoa New Zealand is pleased to work on these issues in the Global Partnership on AI, the Christchurch Call, the Freedom Online Coalition, and here at this summit. These frameworks need to focus on effective solutions. Our digital future, democratic resilience, respect for human rights and each other demand no less. This work is critical to ensure technology enhances and contributes to free and open societies, rather than acts as an instrument for oppression or to undermine human rights. I also believe as elected leaders we have a responsibility to act when we see emerging challenges to democratic resilience. In New Zealand, we saw that COVID-19 was affecting traditional media models, already under pressure from rapid changes in technology and consumer demand. We've also seen the spread of misinformation on COVID-19, particularly through social media. We had to act, so we made it a priority to establish a public interest journalism fund to help our media continue to produce stories that keep New Zealanders informed. Underpinning this action is a recognition that a vibrant and trusted media sector is a vital component of a healthy democracy, and especially during times of crisis. In these challenging COVID times, the world's democracies have a unique opportunity to come together to ensure global health settings and our domestic health systems are better prepared for the next pandemic. Aotearoa New Zealand will work with partners to promote global cooperative and evidence-based approaches to responding to disease outbreaks so we can ensure equitable and sustainable outcomes for all countries and prevent deepening inequalities. This opportunity to protect the health of our people, the health of our economies, and the health of our democracies should not be lost. This is what Building Back Better is all about. Once again, thank you, President Biden, for convening this summit and the invitation to open this panel discussion on strengthening democratic resilience. I look forward to continuing this important conversation for us all. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Wow. So again, thank you guys to those who are watching. That was it was incredible to hear the Prime Minister of New Zealand use the Democrats' slogan "Build Back Better." Of course, New Zealand has had the benefit of being an island country, and totally locking down has helped them with the spread of the virus. I'm skeptical of that model working everywhere, especially in capitalist nations like ours. But it was very funny to hear her say that "build back better" phrase. My fiance brought me some fresh coffee, which I have in my Pro Democracy Pod mug. I unfortunately spilt a good deal of it on my lap, but we're okay. And one of the dogs didn't want to leave, so we now have I now have a guest host. Sabu. This is Sabu. He's an esteemed journalist, looking about the same age as Noam Chomsky, and he's going to be helping me out today. But I actually got some news. I see some news on Twitter that I want to share with you guys. This is from James Dolan. He's a court and politics reporter at the Byline Times, or mostly seen at the Byline Times, he says. I think I'm following him because he's covered Julian Assange in the past, but he says the new Julian Assange verdict to be delivered tomorrow morning at 10:15 a.m. That's I'm assuming UK time. This is in the U.S. appeal to the British court's non-extradition of Julian. Okay, we have another guest here. We have Leo Flores. Hey, Leo.
Hey, how's it going, Alex?
It's going. This is a lot. It's a lot to get through. It's I was talking with my last guest about how it's just like buzzwords strung together, and then they like do like a news drop where like you actually learn something insightful or say something that's just like the height of hypocrisy. So I'm glad you're here because it's hard to do it myself, but I'm willing. I promised my audience that we'd get through this together. So thanks for joining.
No, yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty difficult to watch this whole summit. Alone it's even worse. But I'm glad I can offer some company for you.
Well, you're in DC a lot, so I know you probably know this, but I'm gonna repeat myself here. And I apologize. My dog is making some noise, but these summits happen a lot. And it's really where the sausage is made. I'm sure mostly in the closed door stuff, and we've had a lot of closed door stuff already, even led by Biden. But people don't go. Journalists don't go. Even independent media. And it's boring, but it's important.
It is important, but I'm not even quite sure what the point of this one is. Like, what's the timing? I mean, is it all related to the Build Back Better bill and on the Hill. And Biden wants to show his international credentials or something. Like, I mean, as if it would matter who was in the White House, you'd still have the same country showing up, right? Like nobody refused to come because it's Biden rather than Trump, and the same thing would have happened had Trump won. It would be the same, usual countries that support U.S. imperialism around the world.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know why we're promoting the Democrats' domestic policy agenda in front of like Israel and India. It doesn't make sense. And then I saw in the schedule that there's a panel that's called Build Back Better, and then I don't know, maybe you just caught that clip of the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Like how pathetic. If I were a New Zealander, I'd be embarrassed right now that she was like shouting out this partisan foreign issue, that has nothing to do with New Zealand.
Absolutely. And it seems pretty clear that it's foreign interference in U.S. domestic affairs, right?
Yeah.
To have all these world leaders specifically back your domestic agenda for reasons unknown, because it's not going to sway anyone on the Hill, right? I mean, it's really sad that Biden has to resort to this, but Did
you see that photo I tweeted? I'm going to pull it up if you didn't, of the Honduran National Police.
I saw. That's so ridiculous. I mean, Honduras isn't even invited, right? Like Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador aren't invited, and that they're somehow tiding the police. I mean, it's clear they weren't invited because they didn't know what was going to happen in the elections from a couple of weeks ago when we had Xiomara Castro basically like beat back a narco dictatorship that had been in power for 12 years. I mean, we know who the U.S. was backing the other candidate. But it's ridiculous to be touting this. I mean, they might as well put the Colombian police up there, right? Like,
right. Yeah, and Colombia's invited.
yeah.
Just to note. So, do we have Guaido yet? Is it that time or?
He's coming soon, maybe in like 15 minutes or so.
Let's see what Blinken has to say. I'm sorry to put you through this.
No, that's right.
Who's this guy? Because it's hard to. Is that?
And workers alike.
Let me see.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. I'm honored to be with you all today, and I want to thank President and we no matter where they work, building the collective power of working people to strengthen.
Thank you to Mary Kay Henry, the president of the Service Employees International Union, for that powerful message on workers' rights and how essential it is to democracy. I'm Enrique Acevedo, a correspondent with 60 Minutes Plus and CBS News, and I'll be moderating the rest of our panel discussion on bolstering democratic resilience. For 15 consecutive years, there were...
I'm so sick of that term, bolstering democratic resilience. We've heard it like 100 times already.
Yeah.
What do you think that means?
I mean, I have no idea. I mean, this is one of the least democratic countries on earth. How can you be an empire and be democratic, of course?
Right.
And bolstering I mean, I guess they're talking about going after the January 6th people somehow. Is that what bolstering democratic resilience means?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Yeah, I mean, I was showing a graphic earlier that shows that average people have their policy preferences of average people have next to no impact on policy outcomes, whereas the economic elite and the business interest groups, business aligned interest groups have that positive 45-degree angle correlation.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fascinating study. I really want to see it for other democracies around the world, right? To see just how democratic, just how responsive these other countries are to the needs of their own people.
Yeah, because I mean, like I was saying earlier, like the metric I use, if we're gonna look at like actual democracy and like take that term at face value, which I would not advise. But if we're gonna do that, I would say like it's the relationship between the government and the will of the majority of people, right? Like the majoritarian, the government enacting the agenda which is favored by the majority of its citizens, right? That's democracy, and obviously that's not what we have in the U.S. But in countries that we attack, socialist countries, that's much more the case. I mean, not always, but I mean, what do you think in Latin America? By the way, I don't think I mentioned you're the Latin America campaign coordinator at Code Pink, so I apologize for dropping that.
Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, yeah, when the State Department talks about democracy, they're always like, oh, well, it goes beyond elections, and they always happen to say that when there's an election result that's unfavorable to U.S. interests, right? That no, democracy has to go beyond. It's not just elections. And yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's not just elections, but elections can be a big part of it. I'm not sure how else you would gauge the will of the people.
Right.
But I mean, it's a ridiculous discourse, right? Because I don't know if you saw on Twitter, I don't even know who this person is. I think a professor at UT Austin had this thread about China and democracy, and she said something like, democracy is when political parties lose elections.
We just talked about that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, which is so ridiculous. And it's doubly ridiculous in the case of Juan Guaido, who's going to be coming up, because, he was never elected to anything other than a seat in parliament. And that was in the previous legislative elections in Venezuela in 2015. Since then, he's boycotted elections. He actually didn't even vote in last month's election in Venezuela, despite the fact that the vote in his home state for governor was actually pretty tight between the PSUV candidate and the opposition candidates. So this is a dude who doesn't care about democracy one bit. I mean, his so-called interim government is really just like a mafia, right? I mean, it's organized crime seeking to loot Venezuela of all of its resources. It's pretty sickening, really. I'm not looking forward to seeing him, but I will say, if you look at kind of side-by-side picture of Juan Guaido in January 2019 and Juan Guaido now, he looks like he's aged 20 years. I mean, that's the only presidential thing about him is how much he's aged in the past 2 years.
Wow. Well, and he was elected to the National Assembly in Vargas, and correct me if I get anything wrong, but he had only gotten 90,000 votes, like less than 100,000. He's never run for a presidential election. And the claim was at the time that, like, because this is the claim of the coup supporters of the golpistas, was that because Maduro was failing, there was a crisis. And so in the event of a crisis, the Venezuelan constitution allows for the president of the National Assembly to become president of the country. Is that right?
I mean, that's what they're saying, but that's not what the Constitution says.
Yeah.
So the Constitution says in the event of the president's absence, and then they define absence several different ways. But Maduro was never absent. He's still there. He was elected in 2013. He was reelected in 2018, which is the relevant elections for Guaido's claims. So then they created this whole fiction of an interim government, and that's somehow constitutional, when the Constitutional says nothing about an interim government and lays out specifically the cases in which the president of the National Assembly can take power. And those steps or those conditions, those criteria were never met in Venezuela. So it was a fiction to start with, right? And the thing about Guaido, Vargas State later became renamed La Guaira State. And he was elected, of course, but he was I think he was on the party list. So it's not like he was even directly elected. He was basically put on there by his party.
Really?
And he was like, I don't even know that he was first on the party list in that state. I think he was second on the list. And so because Venezuela's system is like a mixed system of direct election for the National Assembly, it's direct election of representatives, while some of the other ones are elected by party list. So Guaido, is a dude who's never himself really been on the ballot. It's only been his party that's been on the ballot. That's how he got elected.
Yeah.
And he's never going to be on the ballot. I mean, I think when this all finally goes south, which hopefully will happen sooner rather than later, although the fact that he's invited to this summit in the first place means that the Biden administration is probably going to continue the charade for the foreseeable future. But, Guaido has something like an 83% disapproval rating, and that's according to opposition polls, right? So, if you look at a real poll, it's probably closer to like 95% of the people disapprove of Guaido, because he's a joke, but he's a dangerous joke because he's continually, trying to overthrow the government. he signed a contract to bring these mercenaries into Venezuela that would have created, a dirty war in the country. Something very similar to what we saw in Central America in the 80s. He's been responsible for corruption scandal after corruption scandal. We can get into that in a bit. And, he maintains this policy of sanctions against Venezuela, sanctions that have killed 100,000 people. And people are sick of it because, I think the one thing that Venezuelans are starting to agree on is that they're tired of the sanctions and they want life to go back to normal.
Right. I mean, I think that's...
he's been responsible for...
I'm sorry, corruption. I have something playing. I think that's important to mention is the sanctions, because they're illegal under the UN Charter. And actually, to promote this Summit for Democracy, the United States introduced a number of new sanctions. I don't know if any Venezuelans were the target of them, but I mean, how hypocritical is that like to promote a Summit for Democracy, they start doing things that are illegal under international law. But they're hurting everyday Venezuelans. I wanted to bring up the National Assembly thing because that was like the weak excuse that they had for his legitimacy as president. And interim is, of course, for 3 years is a very long interim. But he's not even president of the National Assembly anymore, right?
Yeah, he's not even in the National Assembly anymore because there were National Assembly elections in 2020 as scheduled by the Constitution. They're supposed to be every 5 years. And his party boycotted. And, they boycotted really because the elections were set to take place just before the elections here in the US, the presidential elections in 2020. So the Trump administration's policy was, no, we're going to boycott the elections. That was their policy since 2018, the presidential elections. And they said, basically, the Guaido faction of the opposition was kind of caught in the middle because even if they had wanted to participate, which is not clear they would have, they couldn't have because Trump told them no. And the fact that Trump would go on to lose weeks later, it didn't really factor in for them, but they should have maybe thought ahead. But Guaido's not in the National Assembly anymore. And in fact, after the vote for the National Assembly in 2020, he then created a parallel National Assembly. So he's got the parallel presidency, the parallel National Assembly. They've got a Supreme Court in exile that operates out of Miami. So they have all these kind of fantasy institutions. It's almost like playing fantasy football, but with the government, right? It's like fantasy politics or whatever.
Or children playing house.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. And so I saw the other day that Julio Borges, if I'm saying his name correctly, resigned. What can you tell us about that?
So Julio Borges is the Guaido kind of faction of the opposition is really made up of the so-called G4, this group of 4 parties. One of them is Primera Justicia, Justice First. Julio Borges is part of that party. Guaido's own party, which is Voluntad Popular, Popular Will. Then there's Democratic Action, Acción Democrática, which is one of the traditional parties in Venezuela before the revolution, but Venezuela was basically a 2-party system, much like the US. And then the last one is Un Nuevo Tiempo. The only thing that's holding this coalition together was the kind of interim presidency. But now we're kind of seeing it fall apart because Borges, he was Guaido's so-called foreign minister, and he just resigned last week. And he said some really interesting things, right? He said he'd resigned because the interim government had engaged in unacceptable acts of corruption. I don't know which acts of corruption are acceptable, but yeah. Whatever the government did, the government was one step too far for Borges. And then he also claimed that the interim government was basically, had become an end unto itself and that was trying to stay in power. So there were some pretty harsh criticisms from Guaido's own camp, and it shows how divided these people are. And really, politically, it's an astute move because Guaido and the interim government are wildly unpopular because of all these corruption scandals.
It's a sinking ship.
Yeah, so let me talk about that for a bit because it's kind of an unreported story how wildly corrupt the Guaido government is. So, for example, they have Venezuela has, it's an oil-producing country. They have petrochemical companies all over the Americas, including in Colombia, where they have this company called Monomeros, which was produce fertilizers and other petrochemicals. And it's a really important company, not just for Colombia, but also for Venezuela because it generated a lot of income. In the first year of the interim government, when they took control of this company, Monomeros lost 90% of its market share. Right? 90%. This is a $1 billion operation and lost 90%. In fact, the Colombian government had to take over operations of this company, right? And they claimed it was because of corruption. Well, yeah, there was a lot of corruption, but the whole point of the corruption was for the Colombian government to take over this operation to hold on to monometals, right? And in fact, this company basically became like, I don't know if folks remember like The Sopranos, how all these like the different mafias would fight over no-show union jobs and stuff like that. Well, that's exactly what this company in Colombia became, because the 4 parties that I mentioned, the G4, would fight for spots on this company were people who were, had absolutely no experience and did nothing, received salaries in hundreds of thousands of dollars in salaries, right? Massive corruption scandal early on. The people who denounced it were exactly. The people who denounced this actually were shunned by the rest of the opposition of somehow being collaborators with the Maduro government, despite the fact that there was clear evidence of all the sorts of malfeasance, right? And then, moving to the U.S., where we have Citgo. Citgo is a subsidiary of Venezuela's state oil company. And, because of the Guaidó mess, it's entirely possible that Citgo is going to be sold off to creditors, who, like, including this company called Crystalex. It's a mining company that, Venezuela owes this company $1.4 billion, but was never able to pay because of the sanctions. And so now it's entirely possible that Citgo is going to go into the hands of Crystalex. And the story gets crazier because Juan Guaido's attorney general used to be the star witness for Crystalex in Crystalex's case against Venezuela. So it's a clear kind of, all these kind of hidden interests there, and Guaido's own people are subverting this case so that Citgo will be lost. Yeah. It's really tragic.
Yeah, they're waging like a lawfare for economic means to deprive the government of its resources and enrich themselves. It's really sick, and the people who suffer from that, it's not even the government that suffers so much; it's the people. So it's a real tragedy, and of course it goes hand in hand with U.S. economic sanctions. Leo, I'm so happy to have you on. I've wanted you on our podcast for a long time. I apologize, my co-host isn't here, because you're so knowledgeable. But the Venezuelan, everything that's been going on in Venezuela has been kind of overshadowed in the past year because of Nicaragua and Honduras and Peru, and it's just been kind of like a stable decline of the opposition. So we haven't had that opportunity yet, but I'm really grateful we have it today. Let me see if Guaido is up yet. I don't know. What time did I tell you he was going to be on? Do you remember?
11:45. So he should be on in a minute or two.
Okay. All right. Let's see. We have, we have the orchestral, bumper. The whole thing is so austere and at the same time such a joke, But it's funny because the Guaido's, I was telling our audience and our last guest Carl Za earlier that the Belarusian counterpart to Guaido, I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce her name, Svetlana, I don't know, something. She's actually invited too. She's going to be speaking tomorrow. I wrote in my article for Mint Press that she has only 4% approval to run the country from Belarusans, but 100% of backing from DC-based think tank fellows. To which Carl said, yes, but that 4% lives in Washington.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, how is it for you? I mean, being a Venezuelan living in the U.S., how is it dealing with the diaspora? Is it like a little bit? And I know the answer to this because you were around the embassy.
You experienced them. You experienced.
Yeah,
them.
Alex. Yeah, we're acquainted. But has it gotten any better? Because I remember when the whole thing was going on at the embassy, I was inside, and there were some people that went around and asked them, do you support military intervention by the United States in Venezuela? Do you support sanctions? And the answers were yes. Has that changed? Has that kind of, as Guaido's popularity in Venezuela declined, has that you said people want the sanctions to end. Has that changed for the diaspora?
No, not really, actually. In fact, there was a study, I think maybe about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, showing that the Venezuelan diaspora has become even more radicalized. That they might have been in the opposition or even in the neither nor camp. So Venezuela, we have, the biggest bloc is people who support socialism and President Maduro. Then you have, you have the socialist bloc, which is bigger than the opposition bloc, but bigger than both of those is the so-called neither nor camp. Right. And so this study showed that people who were either moderately opposition or in this neither nor camp, when they got to the US, they somehow became radicalized to the right. And so, I mean, it's really, really sad because, I mean, the US is killing Venezuelans, right? And everybody is feeling it. I don't know a single Venezuelan who doesn't send money back to their family because everyone's feeling the pinch. And even at like, $100, like every couple months can make a big difference for a family.
That'll last a couple months. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so, the diaspora is firmly in the camp of sanctions. There are those who hate Juan Guaido, but they criticize Guaido from the right. There's this like the extreme extremists in Miami want to get rid of Guaido because he hasn't delivered on regime change or an invasion. And so I think that's like the diaspora we're dealing with. But I know that there is a bunch of Venezuelans in the U.S. who are very silent on the issue because they can't speak out, because if they do, they'll get shunned by their own communities. And as happens with, new immigrants, you're very dependent on the people who are already here for connections for jobs, education, legal advice, and you can't really bite the hand that feeds you. So hopefully that'll start changing with time, though.
Yeah. And we have Guaido on now, so I'm going to start the speech.
I want to.
And if you want to say anything, just say it. I'll pause it for you.
Yeah, all right.
Es un honor en nombre de mi país.
Oh, he is in his mom's basement again.
Paso fundamental para defender la democracia, un deber y a la vez una preocupación de todos los que estamos aquí reunidos. Agradezco al presidente Biden por la invitación y sobre todo por el reconocimiento de la lucha de
for recognizing the government of Venezuela, where we continue to resist.
So don't pause, but just earlier this week, the UN voted to recognize the Venezuelan delegation's credentials, and only 16 countries voted against. So basically, the number of countries that recognize Guaido has fallen from 60 to 16 in the space of 3 years.
I mean, that's a free fall of support.
Yeah.
So sorry, I did want to pause it because I wanted to hear that.
Oh,
okay. And he's saying, thank you for. I'm going to start from the beginning.
Recognizing the government of
Thank you for recognizing the government of Venezuela.
the fight for freedom. And now that we're facing the greatest migration crisis, where over 6 million Venezuelans have
migration crisis sparked by sanctions and economic war, because that's the only reason Venezuelans leave.
Undermining of its democracy, and the defense of democracy is the only way to fight back against an authoritarian regime that is attempting against the lives of our citizens. 56% of our population is now living in extreme poverty, which
is that accurate, do you think?
I don't know, but it might be because of the sanctions, right? The sanctions have caused the decline in 99% of government revenue. And we're talking about a government that invested heavily in social safety net. But this decline is due to the sanctions. It's due to the policy that Juan Guaido himself repeatedly endorses.
Yeah.
The end of rule of law, and where we see the first regime in Latin America that is being investigated by the international.
He's wearing his friendship bracelets.
There's a huge influence of drug trafficking, totalitarian groups that have been benefiting from the support.
It's funny that he says that, because he was pictured with Los Rastrojos, which is a Colombian cartel. They posed for selfies together. This was back in February 2019, when there was this concert for humanitarian aid in Venezuela, and he somehow appeared in Colombia. Turns out he was smuggled into Colombia by this Colombian cartel paramilitary group.
Right, and then he accuses the government of the actual government of collaboration.
Yeah.
When we know that the cartels collaborate with the Colombian government, which is hostile to the Venezuelan government.
Yeah, and there was talk that part of this this alliance between Los Rastrojos and the Guaidó folks was to give Los Rastrojos control of Western Venezuela when the government, the Guaidó people, would take power.
Yeah, it's not enough to sell off your country to big business. You also have to sell it off to the cartels. It's
I mean, because the cartels pay just as well, and that money is laundered even better. So, like, they make even more money off it.
Wow.
And we are convinced, however, that we can save democracy, and with this we can save Venezuela. Some things that the bad guys are winning, but no. When we see everyone joined here today with efforts to strengthen democracy, the voices are being heard loud and clear. Democracy can happen, but we have to go beyond just talking. We have to bring the following proposal. First, to build a unified front with a multilateral focus that makes the regime accountable for their crimes, to create mechanisms to protect the democratic forces and activists of human rights that are fighting on the ground and are victims of persecution. 3, to increase accountability to
this guy. Like, he's talking, and all I'm thinking right now is, how is he not in jail? And I think there's going to be more and more pressure from the grassroots for Juan Guaidó to be arrested because, first of all, I think the U.S. is reaching a limit in how far it can sanction Venezuela. It's really heavily sanctioned. There's one key difference between, the blockade of Cuba and that of Venezuela is that in Venezuela, private companies can still purchase things. That's why you see like all sorts of goods on the streets in Venezuela. But those private companies are generally in the hands of people who are in the opposition, right?
Right.
Countries. So they don't want to take that last step because it'll hurt the opposition itself more than anyone else. But this guy's somehow free, and we have Alex Saab sitting in jail in Miami
for trying to get food for Venezuela.
Yeah, for trying to get food. This is a Venezuelan diplomat who helped build houses as part of Venezuela's Great Housing Mission that built 3.7 million homes for poor and working class folks. And then he also was instrumental in bringing food for the CLAP program that sees 7 million families receive a box of food every month or so. But he's in jail, accused of corruption, illegally extradited by the U.S., illegally held because he's a diplomat. And yet here we have Juan Guaidó speaking freely in a country where there's supposedly no freedom of expression. And yet he can pretend to be president and walk around like nothing's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you raised a really important issue too when you noted how the business class is part of the opposition, and that's why they don't do a complete embargo, because it would hurt the opposition. People say, "Oh, well, Venezuela had economic issues before the sanctions really ramped up," and I think part of that was because of what's called a capital strike, which is when the business class tries to shut things down economically to put pressure on the government. I mean, is that an accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about sanctions in Venezuela, I say that they began in 2014 when Congress passed what's known as the Venezuela Defense of Human Rights and Democracy Act. That basically set the framework for the Obama administration to impose sanctions. It basically it obligates them to impose sanctions. A year later, 2015, we got the executive order from Obama calling Venezuela an unusual and extraordinary threat, which is ridiculously absurd. But what I was getting to is that, like, in those years, there was a massive decline in the price of oil. It coincided with this capital strike, this kind of economic war, but the section of the economic war that's kind of homegrown, where all these producers stopped producing, or there were many examples. But for example, the government would put a limit on the price of eggs because there was speculation in the price of eggs leading to hyperinflation. And instead of selling eggs at that price, which was a fair price that would make the producer money, you had a bunch of producers just break. It's like smashing 1 million eggs on the street. They'd rather lose the money than sell it to the people because they knew they were close, or they thought they were close to some sort of regime change. And what they did manage actually was to take the National Assembly in 2015. That's the opposition's biggest victory over the past 22 years. And that was due in large part to the economic pressures that the Venezuelan people faced in that year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's so important to have that perspective because, there is that argument that I see brought up all the time that, oh, well, they had problems before the sanctions. But yeah, I mean, that was part of the lead up to this takeover of the National Assembly. Was like I would be surprised if, of course, I can't even say that I would be surprised if the U.S. wasn't collaborating, because we know that the U.S. was pumping money into these political parties of the opposition, like millions and millions of dollars into this lead up to that takeover of the assembly. So and that coincided with this economic war, this capital strike. So if anybody says to you that the sanctions aren't the cause of the economic problem, you can blame the business class and the opposition for that as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, those were kind of conjunctural problems too, because the economic elites have been trying to kind of engage in a capital strike and engage in worker lockouts for the past 20 years with moderate success here and there. But the economy basically always rebounded when the price of oil rebounded. That's one of the flaws in Venezuela's system. I mean, this dependence on oil isn't just, it's not something new. It's something that has been happening for the past 100 years since oil was discovered in Venezuela. So it's been quite a challenge to diversify the economy. But it's very cyclical. So when oil prices go down, we see clear economic indicators go down with it. And when they go back up, the economy heats up and skyrockets and everyone feels great. Except, oil prices are pretty high right now, and Venezuela is being blocked from the oil markets.
Right.
And going back to a point that you said about funding, Guaido himself, I mean, he studied at GW. Who paid for that?
Right.
That's one of the most expensive schools in the U.S., and Guaido was there, although he paints himself as a working class guy from Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, and just to point out the National Endowment for Democracy, USAID, they've been all those political parties you mentioned, Primero Justicia, Voluntad Popular, all these parties have gotten money, substantial money, from these regime change organizations that basically do the job of the CIA, because the CIA doesn't want to be caught doing it themselves. But let's play more of this speech.
To build a lasting peace, and especially in Venezuela, it's necessary to commit to political exclusive solutions and negotiated solutions that lead to the good of all sectors of society. And last, to support the states that receive refugees and migrants. This is necessary. For this, it's necessary to have a strategic vision and the backing of the resistant movements in countries with authoritarian regimes that defend democracy. We are in a battle. As the interim president of Venezuela, institutionality in my country is my priority. In my country, to insist on the fight for democracy is not a war, but a battle, a sprint that will help democracy. We are stronger together. We can save democracy.
I'm surprised they didn't have Enes Kanter on with them, or Enes Kanter.
I know, yeah. That guy, he sat with Fethullah Gulen in Virginia as the coup was happening, the coup attempt. I mean, how much more of an explicit CIA asset can you be?
Yeah.
And now, he's doing the Venezuela thing. Of course, he's never been to Venezuela. He probably knows like 4 Venezuelans,
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's when we talk about diasporas and how dangerous they can be. There's Exhibit A, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have guys like Enes Kanter, Ahmed Chalabi from right before the Iraq War. I don't know if you all remember him. He was the Iraqi guy pushing for the invasion. And we see that with diasporas from Venezuela, Cuba, wherever. But we also see folks pushing back. Actually, I mean, kind of not related to what we're talking about, but last week I was on a panel to speak about No More, about the war in Ethiopia and U.S. intervention there. And that's where I was really pleased to see the Ethiopian diaspora really just reject the U.S. plans for intervention in Ethiopia. And they've been mobilizing all around the world, and it's incredible. and I'm a little super jealous. I wish we had a Venezuelan diaspora in the U.S. that was so committed.
Yeah, the Ethiopians I knew when I lived in DC were very good people. They were skeptical of U.S. intervention. This is long before the the liquor store I used to go to. It was owned by an Ethiopian couple, and I was friends with them, older couple, and they talked so much smack about U.S. intervention, especially in Africa. They were very interested in Black Lives Matter. They were politically active and understood the stakes before this conflict even broke out, from my experience. But again, that's with one Ethiopian couple that owns a liquor store. I'm glad you're tuned in with the community, because it's a really big Ethiopian community in that area.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest diasporas here.
So what can people do to actually support democracy in Venezuela?
I mean, if you're in the U.S., really, and it's kind of corny, kind of cliche, but it actually is important. Call your representative and tell them that you're against sanctions on Venezuela, because the sanctions are really the biggest impediment, not just to life and freedom in Venezuela, but also to democracy itself. Because if you're a sanctioned country, you're automatically being, subjected to forces that are way outside of your control, that are way outside of your government's control. And it's clear that the sanctions are meant to punish the Venezuelan people into submission so that they'll vote for someone else, or that they'll rise up and overthrow their own government. But, it's pretty clear by now that that's not going to happen. Either the voting, because Venezuela just had regional elections last month in which the Socialist Party basically swept massive number of wins for governor, mayors, and local city councilors. And we've also seen Venezuelans reject regime change. When we talked about that Operation Gideon, when the mercenaries that Guaido contracted, and they were defeated in part by fishermen from a small town who saw these gringos on a boat with weapons. And so they basically brought their own weapons and said, no, you better surrender. You're going to, get killed. And they had to surrender. And it was kind of amazing to see a community defend itself from these, U.S. Marines who have a lot of training.
Yeah. That was a quite the incident, quite the international incident. Very little attention in the mainstream media, but and they're in jail now too.
They are in jail. Yeah.
Okay, so Leo, I don't know if you can. I have to use the bathroom. I have to take a quick break. I don't know if you want to stay around or to comment more on the summit. We can watch more, or if you got to go, that's fine too. But to our viewers, I am gonna take a quick break for about 10 minutes or so.
I do have to run. Thanks.
Okay,
Alex, this was fun.
Well, thanks so much for coming, man. I hope to have you on again. I'm sure we will when Venezuela comes back in the news. Hopefully you can meet my co-host. She's gonna appreciate your insight just as much as I do. Thanks so much for joining. I'm gonna, you know what I'll do? While I take my break, I'm gonna put up here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mute myself, and we're gonna Back. Thank you for hanging around. I appreciate it because we're going to go for like another 2 hours covering the summit. And I believe that we have some guests joining us momentarily. We're going to have Kit Clarenberg. He's an investigative journalist in the UK. He has done a lot of great work exposing the inner workings of empire. He's exposed Bellingcat. We can talk to him about that in a bit. Here he is. Perfect.
2 hours covering.
Hey, there's some echo. Do you have a pair of headphones that you can use?
Yeah, hang on. Give me a second. Alex. Sorry.
He's an investigative journalist in the UK. He has done a lot of great work exposing the inner workings of empire. He's exposed Bellingcat. We can talk to him about that in a bit. Here he is. Perfect. 2 hours covering.
Sorry.
Hey,
bear with me, my friends.
Do you have a pair of headphones?
Yeah, I'm putting them on now. Yeah, hang on. Give me a second, Alex. Sorry.
He's an investigative journalist in the UK. He has done a lot of great work exposing the inner workings of. I just muted him for a second. We'll give it a shot again.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can. I muted you for a second because it was feeding back everything I had just said.
No, that's okay. As long as you can hear me now.
So, Kit Clarenberg, am I saying your name right?
Yes, absolutely, Alex.
So, how can people follow your work?
Well, on Twitter, which is just Kit Clarenberg at Twitter, but imaginatively enough. And then I also have a Substack newsletter I'm slowly building up, so you can subscribe there. The link is in my Twitter bio. How you doing? Are you okay?
And what's your approach to journalism? What kind of stories have you focused on?
Well, I mean,
we haven't had you on yet, so I wanna give you the proper introduction.
Oh, sure. Well, it's very kind of you. I mean, I think that I'm primarily interested in the impact of intelligence services on politics and perceptions. But I also look at surveillance, infiltration, that sort of thing. And I'm also interested in the kind of networks, if you can call them that, or the kind of secret nexus of state and quasi-state organizations that are impacting the flow of information and perceptions globally. And we'll get into this in as we discuss this panel chat on corruption at the Democracy Summit. What an Orwellian title. I mean, it's kind of fitting that this grand discussion on corruption be, the prelude to this before the Thunderbirds music, which went on for far too long, was obviously remarked by Juan Guaido, who has embezzled untold millions in Venezuelan government funds, illegitimately confiscated abroad by the British American governments, and who, along with his entourage, has left a trail of unpaid hotel bills across Latin America as they squander aid funds on alcohol, drugs, and prostitutes, waiting for Maduro to be ousted. A palpable manifestation of what an utter farce and fraud this summit truly is. And I agree with your previous guest. I'm shocked that he's not in jail yet, and I'm shocked that he's still around. Like, how is he still a thing? Like, nearly 3 years later.
Well, I'm not sure we mentioned this in our last bit, but the U.S. was pushing for him to be arrested, and so as much as the people of Venezuela want for him to see him in prison, the government has been wise enough to let him do his thing, because he's just making an ass out of himself, and arresting him is only going to bring more problems to the government and to the people. So I think it's like a masterful play of state policy to let him do what he's doing, being president. Medea Benjamin, the founder of Code Pink, used to joke that he doesn't even control a McDonald's. So how much damage can he really do? And he is doing damage. I don't mean to diminish that, but and Kate, you sound so freaking intelligent. With your British accent, I'm jealous. I wish I sounded half as smart.
Yeah, no, it's a cunning ruse. I'm actually very stupid, but I learn all my quips from how to sound witty at parties. But there we are. It's a great book. You should read it. But but in all seriousness, I mean, I think that's like one of the, or you see it with all the Hong Kong pro-democracy quote unquote protesters, and Alexei Navalny in Russia, like the US empire wants these people in jail so they are martyrs, for this cause and to discredit their host countries. They're no doubt celebrating when Navalny got hauled off that plane, and I think that he probably feels rather betrayed by his sponsors that they haven't made more of a stink about it, or done more to try and get him out. But yeah, I mean, I think that my key interest in this summit, I mean, if you could even call it that, I mean, it's been an absolute dirge so far, of course, is this discussion on corruption. I'd suggest that the reason this is on the agenda is, in June there was a White House press conference at which a spokesperson said that the fight against corruption is going to be prioritized and placed at the center of US foreign policy, and components of the intelligence community, including the CIA, are going to be central to this. And this would include support for investigative journalists and investigative NGOs. And the spokesperson referred to lines of assistance from Washington having jump-started investigative organizations such as OCCRP, which there's its co-founder is on this panel, along with a wide array of imperialist shills and other kind of dubious characters. Like, it's led by this guy called Mo Ibrahim, who's like the Sudanese British billionaire who runs a good governance index that rewards privatization and liberalizing reforms enacted by African governments. And then the other lead speaker is Maya Sandu, who's this pro-NATO, pro-EU, pro-Western president of Moldova, who's actually rather like Guaido and Svetlana in Belarus. And she likely owes her upset win in November last year over the long-time incumbent and pro-Russian leader in Moldova to UK Foreign Office meddling. But that's a whole other story. Everyone involved in this panel is connected to some kind of state or quasi-state funded organization which exists to tell you to perpetuate endlessly the idea that private is great and public is very, very, very bad. There's a representative of Transparency International, which was set up by the World Bank in the early 90s and included numerous military and intelligence operatives on its board at the time. And then there's the Attorney General of Ecuador, Diana Salazar, who serves under the newly elected banker president Guillermo Lasso, who's an avowed enemy of Cuba and Venezuela, and said that he would very happily do whatever he can to destabilize those governments. And then there's the Ukrainian Anti-Corruption Action Center, which is funded by, you guessed it, the US government, and also the EU and unnamed corporate and private donors. And bearing in mind that it was only a month ago that Open Democracy, which is this UK-based website, it exposed how the UK government was helping the Ukrainians sell highly unpopular and anti-worker, anti-union reforms, to the public. Kiev is absolute ground zero for this, US-led anti-corruption push, which is being enforced by the IMF and the World Bank and all these other kind of weaponized organizations, which, it's resulted in asset stripping, privatization, welfare state destruction of pensions, collapse of currency, industrial scale economic rape and pillage, and, making poor people's lives all that more miserable, which is probably why 5 million Ukrainians have fled since 2014, moved to Europe and the US.
Yeah, very insightful. I was actually going to bring up the situation of Ukraine where, the U.S. support for the regime change there was done in the name of countering corruption. And Joe Biden would, I forget, I have an article where I cited how many times he went to Ukraine in the lead up to this regime change, and I think it was like about a dozen. I forget exactly.
How many times did he visit Burisma?
I'm sorry.
How many times did he visit Burisma when he was there?
I don't know, but that's the point, right? Is like he backed this regime change. He was Obama's point man in Ukraine. He backed this regime change in the name of ending corruption, and then he put his son up with a multi-million-dollar job, a no-show job at an oil and gas company in a field he has no experience in, for a formerly nationalized oil and gas company. So that's the definition of corruption. And then there was a Ukrainian prosecutor who was looking into it, and Biden threatened that if this prosecutor was not fired, he would withhold U.S. government funds, millions of dollars, and he's bragged about it on camera about how, like an hour after he made that threat, the prosecutor was fired. So I mean, this is just like the perfect, as you said, Kiev is ground zero for this kind of anti-corruption meddling that is really not about fighting corruption, but about privatizing and crushing workers in the name of big business. So let's get started, because I'm sure that the panel has already. And you can just feel free to. Oh, well, you know what? They have like this nice little ad that we can watch before the panel gets started. I like to watch these ads because they're so absurdist. But anytime you feel like adding anything to what's happening on screen, just feel free to chime in, and I'll pause the video.
Sure.
Democracy has been under a lot of pressure.
Where's the picture of Julian Assange?
I know. And of course, they cite Freedom House, the U.S. government-backed
by non-democratic practices and demagogues trying to divide us.
That sounds like Madeleine Albright.
People are losing. There is a sense that alternative models, authoritarian models, are a viable option.
We're in a narrative war right now. There are a few people that actually want to weaponize information in a way that discourages people, that creates and generates fear.
We saw what social media did.
You know what? Can you hold on a second? Because I want to
disappeared. Everything polarized.
I want to
that actually discourages people, that creates and generates fear.
We saw what social media did to public discourse. I mean, it sort of disappeared. Everything polarized.
I just want to have this to put it on Twitter.
That creates and generates fear.
We saw what social
authoritarian.
And that is very, very
I suck
dangerous.
at this. I apologize. I'm wasting your time.
We're not just talking about the process of democracy. We're literally talking about a value that says that all people are created equal, that their voices matter.
It's about justice. About
let me give it one more shot.
That actually discourages people.
Authoritarian models are a viable option.
Sorry about this.
We're in a narrative war right now. There are a few people that actually want to weaponize information in a way that actually discourages people, that creates.
I thought Russia was stoking the Black Lives Matter, and now you have the Black Lives Matter founder talking about people weaponizing information.
Well, I think she's probably been to some kind of re-education camp at this point. But yeah, I mean, it's just extraordinary when you see these kind of, mawkish, self-righteous, emotional heartstring string tugging, video clips about like the threat to democracy posed by these awful authoritarian leaders, and then you look at research, like recently published research which showed that 75 of the most repressive governments in the world are all very close US and thus by definition Five Eyes allies. It's hypocrisy on this absolutely grand scale, and I think I do wonder how many people in the world are actually watching this now. I'm sure the media will be kind of focusing.
431.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the media will be focusing in on the propaganda quotes that various leaders trot out and talking about how it was this great success for democracy. Although even I did see The Guardian, which is not known for its anti-establishment tendencies, even referred to it as a controversial, which is probably about as close to criticism as you will find.
Yeah. All right, let's keep
going.
It
generates fear.
We saw what social media did to public discourse. I mean, it sort of disappeared. Everything polarized, and that is very, very dangerous.
When we're talking about democracy, we're not just talking about the process of democracy. We're literally talking about a value that says that all people are created equal, that their voices matter.
It's about justice, about fairness.
It's really about people having agency over decisions made about their lives.
To choose their government and to have governments
Open Society Foundation
to them.
Democracy is not a spectator sport. If you do not participate, then there is no democracy.
And this is that opportunity, and I'm seeing human rights defenders around the world living those values as they try to heal and move their communities out of these crises.
It is a prerequisite for us as activists to really dramatically reach out from our own bubble and try to find allies, or even unlikely allies.
We start in our families, in our schools, in our neighborhood. It's less about convincing people, it's more about making the space that allows everyone to participate.
When we're traveling around communities, we're connecting with people on a human-to-human level. Just saying, I see you, and I see your community, and your communities matter.
The idea was to lower the barriers for young people to participate in public conversation. And it's not just about bringing people together who have differing views. It's very much about structuring conversations around the commitment to a common search for truth, a common search for solutions.
It's vomit-inducing, isn't it?
It doesn't have to be about challenging an authority. It can be about what's possible. If the safest thing for you is to keep reading novels and connecting with other people who read novels, and that's how you keep the light on, let's do that. The democratic challenge is, how do we rebuild consensus? How do we create conditions for people to heal together?
To actually radically reimagine the system we have and think about, how do we make it stronger? How do we make it more equitable?
To have our share of joy and beauty.
We have to make the case of the importance of democracy to people, their families, their communities, their nation, as the best way of protecting their freedoms and protecting their futures.
With the humility that we're not the ones with the answers, not all the time.
The fight for democracy has been a long one. People have gone to jail, people have been tortured, but the seeds that were planted, they will remain and they will grow.
Democracy doesn't happen by accident. We have to defend it, fight for it.
It happens when the bombs start flying.
I'm sorry?
I said it happens when the bombs start flying.
Right, yeah. Open Society Foundations, yeah. So that's who produced that advertisement.
Yeah, I mean, Open Society Foundation also funds OCCRP, where Paul Radu is probably now talking about how awful corruption is in enemy states. But I mean, this is extraordinary, right? So I mean, I mentioned that White House press conference in June, and then we fast forward to October, and then we get the leak of the Panama Papers, which is 12 million files, which includes virtually no information on corruption in the US, but a vast hoard on impropriety by public officials in the global South and the East, particularly Russia and China. And again, this is all by public officials, private individuals, just wealthy people using tax havens or corrupt and dubious financial schemes to hoard their wealth, or bribing politicians via campaign contributions in order to enhance their fortunes. This is all unmentioned. And were the papers leaked by the CIA? I'm going to be shocked if they were. I'd be absolutely shocked. Yeah. And also on OCCRP's funders, there is Luminate, the NED and USAID, which are both CIA fronts, and Pierre Omidyar's Luminate Foundation. You've written extensively about how Omidyar bankrolls media organizations and campaign groups the world over to further his corporate interests. I mean, it's really extraordinary. And then, I mean, I remember one article you wrote, it specifically linked to this review of his activities. It was in Africa, and it was talking about how they were so good at campaigning that politicians were actively scared of getting negative coverage in these outlets, and so kind of tiptoed around and did their best to please him. Extraordinary.
Yeah. I'm just tweeting out this image of the BLM co-founder at the Democracy Summit.
Yeah,
right
please
now.
do. Look.
In the open system. Yeah, I'll link to our live stream so that we can get some more people. I don't know. Did you tweet that you are joining? Because I would retweet that as well.
I did, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna retweet that in just a moment, and I'm just gonna hit play on the video.
Cool.
Good day and welcome to today's session on preventing and countering corruption, one of the major themes of this week's Summit for Democracy. Today's session coincides with International Anti-Corruption Day, and our speakers will highlight how corruption erodes democracy, distorts markets, widens inequality, destabilizes societies, and ultimately undermines faith in popular governance. As authoritarianism rises around the world, it has never been more important for stakeholders in democratic governments to think about how we can act collectively to counter the corrosive effects of corruption. Our panel today will feature a thoughtful discussion on how we can promote robust civil societies and a free press to enhance government transparency and accountability, with the goal, of course, of improving people's lives in all of our countries. We begin today's session with President Maya Sandu of the Republic of Moldova. President Sandu won her election with a pledge to end a long-standing reign of corrupt politicians and oligarchs. She has more than lived up to that promise, leading the fight against corruption in Moldova, and most recently launching a 6-member anti-corruption independent consultative committee to investigate and prevent future corruption in her country. Welcome, President Sandu. We look forward to your remarks.
Yeah, and with these speakers, feel free to go back over the background that you already gave us, because we got a lot of information at a rapid fire rate. So let us know.
Well, yeah, I mean, just to give a background on Maya Sandu, essentially, she stood for president in the November 2020 Moldovan election. She was very much this outsider, and no one really knew very much about her, particularly within Moldova itself. And then she's defeated the incumbent, who's this kind of long-standing political figure in the country called Igor Dodon. And this was a very clear battle between pro-Western and pro-Russian sentiment, but it was also a battle between kind of pro-private versus pro-public sentiment. And she won, and even the mainstream media widely acknowledged that this was very surprising. So there is this study published by this Slovakian think tank, which stated that she owed her victory to social media and having galvanized people to support her in various different languages on Facebook and Twitter and that sort of thing. Whereas Igor only spoke in Russian, and that organization, the Slovakian think tank, is a member of this secret nexus called Open Information Partnership, which is funded by the UK Foreign Office and has well, at least until recently, a key member of it was Bellingcat, and this organization is effectively deployed to influence the outcome of elections in quote unquote countries of interest to the UK Foreign Office. And so it would be hardly surprising if she and her team and various kind of local media organizations received funding and training to to promote her. And as I said in the intro, it would be entirely unsurprising if this was rather decisive. And there is direct evidence of meddling in the Macedonian election in I believe it was late 2018 by Bellingcat, which was sent at the Foreign Office express request to brief media organizations.
Yeah, and I mean I can't confirm this, but I heard it from a Macedonian that NATO was going door to door, telling people that they would lose their jobs if they didn't vote for the pro-NATO candidate in that election.
But it's I mean, Lily Lynch, who founded this great website called The Balkanist, she's written a really great article for New Left Review recently, which is basically about how how Macedonia was sold, very aggressively, if not, coercively on this NATO idea, and it's already collapsed. Like there have been resignations, the government's collapsing. There's mass anti-NATO, anti-Western sentiment. This stuff boomerangs, like when you use both overt and covert means to impose unpopular foreign structures on faraway countries, people rebel, and they often rebel pretty quickly. Again, look at Montenegro. It joined NATO in 2017. It's something like 70% of the population don't want it, and they want to leave. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting that it's kind of in the UK at least, when Jeremy Corbyn became Labour leader, it was much brought up in the press that he stood on this platform of, at least he opposed NATO membership. I don't think the party ever stood under his leadership on that particular policy. But this was regarded as, you're beyond the pale, utterly verboten. You couldn't, it was just it's an inarguable point. But then it's important to remember that a significant proportion of Europe is not only not part of it, but doesn't want to be part of it. Right. And only when pro-Western leaders are installed, again, usually via some surreptitious meddling by the US and its vassals like London and Paris, that they get governments in willing to pass this stuff, and that often they themselves are extremely corrupt and unpopular.
Yeah. Okay, let's play this video, and actually Mila's going to be joining us soon. Excellent. So when she joins, I'll pause the video and let her in.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to address this high-level forum on International Anti-Corruption Day on behalf of the citizens of my country, the Republic of Moldova. Despite setbacks we have experienced in the past, Moldova's citizens continue to believe in fundamental justice. They have once again rallied together to demand from politicians an end to the pervasive graft that has hindered our young democracy. Moldovans have always struggled for democracy. Yet, throughout the 3 decades since our country gained its cherished independence, corruption has been one of the key impediments that prevented Moldova from developing the full potential of its hardworking people. Corruption is the reason we fail to create a functional state with equal opportunities for all. Exploiting the weaknesses of state institutions, corrupt groups stole from people, used dirty money to buy political parties, and abused media networks to manipulate public opinion and cling to power. While in office, they used government institutions to build up more illegal wealth. The more they achieved their venal goals, the more Moldova failed. Corrupt governments have plunged Moldova into poverty. Institutions were captured. Impunity and injustice became widespread. A few powerful individuals monopolized economic flows, discouraging investments and eroding opportunities. Financial crimes became the norm. Banking sector fraud amounting to 12% of GDP and the $22 billion laundered through the country are indicators of the magnitude of corruption we faced in the last decade alone. This had severe consequences for our economy, our statehood, our national security. But things can be very different. The citizens of Moldova have made their expectations very clear. We must break the vicious cycle of corruption and state capture, which has held Moldova back for so long. This goal has united the Moldovans, regardless of their ethnic origin or the language that they speak. People want a cleaner public service, which would be worthy of respect, strengthen social cohesion, and make the state more functional. Our fight against corruption includes specific measures. eliminating corrupt people from the justice system, including through an extraordinary external evaluation of judges and prosecutors.
What the hell does that mean?
Building strong anti-corruption institutions, tracing and recovering stolen money, promoting fiscal transparency and accountability, and ending illegal financing of political parties. These are not simple tasks. These are tough, serious, systemic endeavors which must be waged relentlessly across the board. We are meeting fierce resistance from those who still benefit from the old system. But the people did not ask us to be nice. They asked us to make sure that everyone follows the rules. And we are determined to do this in good faith for the benefit of all citizens, for the common good. This takes me to my final message. Corruption has to be tackled from both ends, both where money is stolen from and where money is moved to. Without targeted help from consolidated democracies, we will not succeed. Corrupt officials with their ill-gotten gains should not be allowed to settle and lead comfortable lives in Western democracies after looting vital resources from their home
Tell
country.
that to Leopoldo Lopez.
The $1 billion from the banking fraud and the $22 billion laundered from Moldova traveled through the accounts of entities in 60 different countries. We need more cross-national investigations against cases of large-scale corruption. We need tighter enforcement of international regulations against money laundering by established democracies. Assets should be more easily returned to the people from whom they were stolen. They should improve people's lives and not be enjoyed by fugitive criminals. I know that what I'm asking for is not cost-free. It involves delicate trade-offs. But to see the success of democracy in the 21st century, meaningfully enforcing these laws and regulations is a very small price to pay. My state, the Republic of Moldova, is moving forward. At the same time, we are determined to go after corrupt politicians who have plundered our people in the past. But we cannot do it alone. On behalf of many fragile democracies, I ask for your support in bringing corrupt officials to justice and returning the assets that do not belong to them. They must know that justice will reach them no matter where they flee or how inventive they are in stashing their ill-gotten gains. Together, we can go a long way to bring back those much-needed resources. Otherwise, our will to fight corruption by itself is not enough. This must be a global, collaborative effort as we all share the view that corruption is the one thing that can undermine democracy regardless of where we live. It undermines institutions, weakens states, and disillusions democratic citizens, which plays into the hand of authoritarian leaders and cross-border criminal groups. We should combat corruption collectively to uphold and fulfill the promises of democracy for our people. Development, freedom, economic opportunities, and equal treatment of everyone before the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
That for her.
I'm sorry?
I said I wonder who wrote that for her. But the which State Department official? I mean, it's just really quickly to cut back to Madeleine, to that awful video about the scourge of corruption. I mean, like the fact that it features Madeleine Albright, who, I mean, for one, said very openly that the deaths of 500,000 Iraqi children due to US sanctions was a price worth paying. But more more pertinently to corruption. She's a perfect example of how U.S. national security policy is all, by and large, driven by economic interest, and often it's people involved in battering down these troublesome, nationalist or independent governments who profit. And she is an example of this. So, of course, she was a rabid tub thumper for war in Kosovo. Really pushed hard.
Which is invited to the summit, by the way. It's
and then interestingly, Bolivia got uninvited because their president has managed to create an economic boom with redistributive policies. But so she Madeline runs this investment firm called Albright Capital Management that massively profited from the post-intervention privatization and breakup of state industries in Kosovo. Like it was bidding in a deal which would have gotten her firm 600 million euros. I'm not sure how much that is in dollars, but I mean, it's a lot of money for the privatization of Kosovo's state-owned telecom and postal company. That often privatization is made a key condition of joining NATO as well. This is never spoken about, but in Bulgaria, they had to privatize their state tobacco and telecoms monopolies, and I think some utilities like water as well, in order to join, which rather does tend to suggest that NATO isn't a military alliance. It's something rather different.
Yeah. And we have Mila joining us.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Out from outside
outside. It's
the Great White North.
It's funny because everyone would laugh at me. The rest of Canada would laugh at me for saying that it's cold here, but because it's really not. There's no snow, but there was some floods here, so this is why I'm late. I had to deal with the flooding of my apartment, and I am now broadcasting live from outdoors. So.
Yeah, and looking a little bit with the sunglasses and the coat zipped up here, you looked a little bit like Ghislaine Maxwell avoiding paparazzi detection.
Yeah, it's a bit bright out.
That's an awful thing to say.
She knows I'm joking. I'm always a little bit mean to Mila. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I deserve it. No, it is very bright, but it's cold. Unfortunately.
Well, look, if you get too cold, you don't have to stick around. I know it's rough out there. I'm in beautiful Mexico where cold means 60 Fahrenheit.
Oh man, I don't know what that means because I don't know what Fahrenheit is, but I'm sure
neither does anyone here or the rest of the world. But we actually have Jeb is going to join us. Jeb Sprague, author and professor and occasional journalist. He's going to join us momentarily. So I'll wait to play our next speech for him to join. But have you been following the summit at all, Mila? I loved your tweet yesterday.
Oh yeah,
Let's pull up that tweet.
Yeah, sure, go for it. I caught a little bit of the Venezuela stuff this morning, and I was hearing you guys talk about the diaspora, and to me, that really resonates because I notice this a lot with Lebanese diaspora as well. I see a lot of people who kind of want to please or appease the U.S. narrative, and I think it's comes from a place of insecurity a lot of times because you end up getting praise. Americans or Canadians love to hear Lebanese people be like, oh yeah, Iran is ruining our country or whatever, even though you probably went once or twice on some vacation and don't really know what exactly Iran's relationship with Lebanon is. Meanwhile, a lot of people living there are just happy to have been provided with fuel from Iran,
because they need fuel to live.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a huge disconnect between diaspora and I say this as a diaspora as well. I don't know the intricacies of what's going on over there. The only thing I know is from family or friends. But I really do think with Venezuela, that's another thing. Like you meet a lot of people, especially the ones who have like last names like Houseman, and I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're like really in tune with the Latino plight or whatever.
I got called anti-Semitic for calling her Frau Hausmann.
Oh no.
But
wait, why is that anti-Semitic?
Well, she's half Jewish, half German.
Oh, okay.
So, but I didn't realize that. I thought she was all German.
But you should play the card back and say that they're anti-Semitic for calling you anti-Semitic.
Right.
You know, you could be like, I can play this game all day.
You really can play that game all day.
Yeah.
But let's pull up your tweet real quick.
Mhm.
And we actually talked about the tweet you were quote tweeting already, so I'm going to ignore that part. But you wrote, true democracy, on the other hand, is when two wealthy narcissists with declining cognitive capacity compete over who is going to be the one dropping bombs on the Middle East. I'm trying to understand this.
When will they, you know?
We have a lot of background noise from someone. I don't know.
Oh, that's me. There's a Think Green truck outside.
Getting ready to import some rare earth metals, I'm sure.
Being thwarted by yeah.
So we have by the way, great alliteration in your tweet.
Wait, I didn't even notice.
Cognitive capacity compete.
Oh.
Yeah. Actually, declining was the word before that. So
I think one of those lumber cutting vehicles is backing up. I heard a beeping noise.
Yeah, that's from here. It's a think. Yeah, think green, think clean.
Wow, it looks beautiful. It looks beautiful where you are.
Yeah. Well, it's Vancouver. It's gorgeous. Unfortunately, the apartment's flooding. That's why I'm outside. But
I thought
other
Vancouver
than that,
was a city. It looks like you're in the wilderness.
Yeah, I'm not like downtown. I don't live downtown, but I'm not like fully wilderness. I'm not like Ted Kaczynski out here. This is a trail behind me, which is great for runners and bikers. But yeah, no, the tweet. It's funny. I said declining cognitive capacity. I was gonna say dementia, but I thought that people might like accuse me of something. So
yeah.
I went with.
Now I'll do it. You're accused. So we have Jeb Sprague here. Jeb is a lecturer and an author. The name of your book, Jeb?
Oh, which one? The first one's paramilitarism. The first one is paramilitarism. I can't even remember. And the assault on democracy in Haiti. Yeah, that looks at paramilitary groups and the history of that in Haiti. And the other book is Globalizing the Caribbean, Political Economy, Social Change, and the Transnational Capitalist Class. That's more of like a boring academic book, but the 2012 book is kind of more like, I think, activists have been more into.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for joining. We have another speech that is prior to this panel that we're going to be watching. We're going to go for about another hour. What's left of today for the Democracy Summit is this panel and the speech preceding it. And then there's going to be remarks by a Republican governor, and a Democratic governor, Phil Scott and Janet Mills of Vermont and Maine. We're probably going to skip over that to get to Kamala, who's giving the closing remarks. So let's get going because we don't have that much time left.
Are we going to do this like Mystery Science Theater? Remember that show where they would
I love that show.
Kind of make digs on the is that how this works?
That's basically what we're doing. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I wish I had thought of that earlier because I would have billed it as that. But so Kit's actually done his homework on this panel. So
okay.
So
that makes one of it.
I'm sorry.
That makes one of you. We need to have a little robot head, like, at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the technology.
Right.
But so next we're gonna have Mo Ibrahim, chairman of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. And what were you telling? You were telling us something about him before, Kit, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's like this Sudanese British billionaire who runs a good governance index that rewards privatization and liberalizing reforms enacted by African governments. And it's interesting that there's one on the subsequent panel discussion that there's just one such recipient, I believe, Masisi, who's the authoritarian Botswana leader who's been widely accused of undermining democracy in his country and has done stuff like undone bans on elephant hunting and openly advocates ivory trading. So, free trade and all that.
Yeah, sounds like a nice guy. Okay, so let's play that. Let's play that video
for launching this discussion.
And if anyone has anything to say, just say it, and I'll pause the video for you.
Cool.
With such a specific call and a roadmap for what the world needs to do collectively. Thanks to you. And now to Dr. Mo Ibrahim, the founder and chair of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, who has led initiatives to improve governance and leadership in Africa by delivering reports of government performances and rewarding African leaders who strengthen democracy. Dr. Ibrahim was the recipient of the Clinton Global Citizen Award, the Eisenhower Medal, and for distinguished leadership and service, and many honorary degrees from major universities.
Honorary.
His most recent efforts have advanced Africa's pandemic recovery. Dr. Ibrahim, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And let me start by really expressing my gratitude to President Biden for convening this summit. Today is the International Anti-Corruption Day. It's only appropriate, if we're talking about democracy, to also address corruption. Because corruption really undermines democratic institutions and rule of law. It distorts markets, it slows economic development, heightens conflicts and stability. It also contributes to environmental destruction, and it erodes trust between citizens and governments. In Africa,
as if all of these bourgeois democracies that they have are not completely just like structurally, the whole thing is built on corruption and exploitation and repression.
Often in Africa as well.
Keep going. Sorry, we can just talk over them.
Illicit financial flows out of Africa are really staggering. It's averaging over $107 billion annually, every year. That's the average, over $100 billion a year. This is much more than the sum of all foreign aid coming to Africa and the debt, concessional debt over to Africa. It's a tsunami of money leaving
foreign
Africa.
aid.
What does it mean for Africa? It means that 600 million people are without electricity. It means lack of resources to improve health and education. Maybe you could have got a little bit more money to buy some vaccines if it is possible. I mean, other people are hoarding the vaccine even with money you cannot buy it. But it also means more inequality and instability. This is the cost of corruption. It is a real cost for people's lives and way of living. Now, despite the work of the United Nations, the Financial Action Task Force, OECD, despite the red flags from the World Bank, from the IMF, and despite the wonderful work of many foundations, very little progress has been made. Why? I think maybe because we are not very serious about tackling corruption. Take transnational bribery, cross-border bribery and corruption. This has been legal for centuries, have been legal. Until 1977, when the United States introduced the Foreign Corrupt Practice Act.
Oh yeah, so since 1977, the U.S. doesn't engage in bribery and corruption.
Wow.
Like withholding hundreds of millions of dollars from Afghanistan,
Actually,
Venezuela.
some European countries, nobody has been charged. China had a drive against corruption. Yet, we haven't heard of any prosecution.
We have what you call legalized corruption in the United
Chinese
States. They just have more laws and lobbyists.
This thing is that, like, these anti-corruption organizations like Transparency International, like, they're very, 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 like, they don't include stuff like corporate lobbying or campaign donations. And
Let us consider the anonymous company.
It's not. This is like legitimate.
Really no.
Yeah, it's
sorry guys, I have to step away for a second.
No worries.
I've been doing this.
Their
doing this
whole
drinking
narrative
coffee,
on
so.
corruption, it's basically just going after, like, you know, money areas of the global economy that are not like under their umbrella.
Yeah.
Or, things that, you know, where they can attack their ideological enemies. It's like they have this very sort of narrow understanding of corruption, right?
But also as well, like the whole public, you know, the public sector corruption debate is essentially, it boils down to, well, all of these kind of elected officials or people who work for state organizations are profiting, and people like Bill fucking Browder aren't. So, like, it's better that, like, you know, he gets to enjoy the fruits of endemic corruption rather than, you know, pesky ordinary people. Yeah, it's extraordinary. Actually, it's really extraordinary.
But we know how important this corruption issue is because there's 448 people watching this stream, and so I mean that's clearly there's a real interest in this. And not only that, but, you know, we know how democratic this whole process is because right here it says chat is disabled for this live stream.
Really?
Yeah. Look, I'll
Very
zoom
democratic.
in. Comments are turned off.
Why do they hate free speech?
You didn't do that?
No. I mean that's I have the actual summit stream here. So this is see the Democracy Summit right here. The commoners are not allowed to partake in this discussion. But I'm going to go ahead and play. You know what? This guy's a little bit boring, as have everyone else been.
Aren't they all?
But let's skip ahead a little bit because we don't have that much time, and I want to have time to talk about the panel and Kamala, and it's going to get a little bit busier towards the end. But
I don't think I'll be able to stick around for Kamala. I'm afraid. I just find it just so objectionable.
Oh, that's why I came here. California's top cop. I'm kind of sad though that I missed Guaido.
Oh, that's okay. Well, you can go back and see Leo talking about it. He was brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's play this video.
Is a cancer that eats away at a citizen's faith in democracy, diminishes the instinct for innovation and creativity, and most importantly, it denies the people their dignity.
It's just all like empty rhetoric and like these abstract ideas and
all day it's been that, you know.
Yeah. It's like there's a template and they just keep saying the same things over and over again, and that pats the right people on the back.
But it's just what's even more incredible, right, is that, like, if you actually look at like a recent Pogo survey of like US voters, like corruption in government is the highest, like the biggest concern. It's like 65%, and then it's like crime is like 63. Like, it's like a affordability of healthcare, budget deficit, jobs, climate change, and this is, and you know, and again another. The interesting example of politicians being bought is that if you look at the revenue that the Clinton Foundation received it was like from about 2009 onwards, it was like raking in hundreds of millions annually, and then last year it got 16.3 million presumably because there's no way she's going to be president now, and therefore her influence and ability to help rich people get richer is greatly truncated, so that she's kind of irrelevant now,
Yeah. I was thinking when we were watching this, all this meshes so just on a little tangent, all this meshes so well with political science, how it's taught in the United States in academia, and just this very sort of like surface level, weak, like sort of realist interpretation of politics, and like different schools of thought like Max Weber, and just this very sort of like bourgeois understanding of democracy. Any idea of participatory or popular democracy like is being attempted and has been attempted in different countries in the global South is just like completely anathema to the discussion. So
yeah, well, in the tweet that I quote tweeted yesterday, there was one following that one where the person was essentially being like, yeah, and as we know, like true democracy is this, this, and this, as cited by like democratic theorist Jaworski. Like, of course, it's like only you're only allowed to like have a standard of democracy that's created by academics in the West. And like, I mean, I'm a political science major, and like I was part of that. Like, I majored in it and philosophy, and whatever. Like I was part of that institution. And it is definitely incredible. I think it's more than anything a resume builder. If you want to join like NATO or the UN or whatever, it's not necessarily like, I think I've learned more, understood more about politics from just like talking to like ordinary people with like regular grievances rather than what I've learned like from political science.
I've heard journalists tell me that basically you go to journalist school to learn how not to be a journalist, or like how to be a bad journalist. And I was thinking, like, you could say the same about academia. Like you go, like, I just remember before I went into academia, I like knew how to write kind of short and briefly and concise. And then after you go through the academic, the mill, you come out the other end and people can't understand how you're writing or what you're saying. And at least I guess with journalism, you can kind of make it without going to journalism school. Whereas in academia, it's like, no, there's no job if you don't have that degree,
Mm-hmm.
But I know it's hard in alternative media.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like regret
yourself
doing a degree. I think, it's like giving me analytic skills or whatever. But I just think like you have to be careful. I was watching Judith Butler and Cornel West and that Holberg debate, and like listening to Judith Butler talk, I'm like, has she talked to a non-academic ever? Like, or like in recent years? I don't think so. Like, I'm like, no normal person could like sit and comprehend what she's saying. And like, she's talking about issues of injustice. And it's like all the people that are actually affected by these issues aren't going to understand what the hell you're talking about. So I'm just like, who is this for?
Didn't Judith Butler, she signed that letter attacking Ben Norton on Remember on Peru when he wrote that article exposing Yaku Perez and his wife and like how they supported all these coups, and then these academics wrote this like really dishonest attack smear piece on Ben and whatever.
Sexist and anti-Semitic.
Academics love to write strongly worded letters. That's like
is the only thing. Oh, let's write an open letter.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play more of the panel. I want to try to get through it because we don't have that much time left. But very informative. It's interesting, this dialectic between Mila and Jeb. Mila being a student and Jeb being a professor. So I appreciate hearing that.
Secretary Yellen has spent almost 50 years in academia and public service. She is the first person to have led the White House Council of Economic Advisors, the Federal Reserve, and the Treasury Department, and needless to say, the first woman to have held all of those positions as well. The Secretary will share what the U.S. Treasury has been doing to combat corruption here in the U.S. and overseas by targeting money launderers, oligarchs, and criminal groups, to say nothing of everyday tax evaders.
I thought
Just
oligarchs
yesterday,
were only
the US
in Russia.
announced sanctions
I didn't know we had
targeting
those
16 individuals and 24 entities across several countries in Europe and the Western Hemisphere, targeting organized crime groups in line with the global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. And then just today, the Treasury sanctioned 15 individuals and entities across several countries in Central America, Africa, and Europe, including corruption related to the pandemic, to COVID-19 procurement. So, Secretary Yellen, thank you so much for hosting us today. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Andrea, and thank you all. This gathering is a remarkable cross-section of the world's democracies. And as we've heard so far, we share a common adversary, corruption. Whether it's public officials on the take or laws that apply to everyone except the well-connected, corruption makes a mockery of our free and fair institutions.
I think she needs another flag.
All acts of corruption have in common. But today, I'd like to focus my remarks on another shared link, and that is the global.
She looks like she's going to
financial
bake me
system.
cookies.
Corruption, after all, is just a form of financial alchemy. It's the transformation of power into illicit money, or illicit money into power.
It's interesting
And in order
to hear
that transformation,
the head of the Treasury
bad
Department
actors
talk about
usually need
financial
an
alchemy,
intermediary,
right?
a place
As inflation
to store
skyrockets.
or launder their ill-gotten gains, a shell company.
I think it would be
a
like
real estate
watchable
company,
if she was wearing like a
an art
punk rock T-shirt.
For this reason, combating corruption is not just the work of the justice ministries, of prosecutors and law enforcement agents. It's also the work of finance ministries, of financial regulators and economic development experts. And we believe that our finance ministry, in particular, the United States Treasury, must play a leading role. The U.S. financial system is the backbone of the world economy. Enormous amounts of illicit funds can pass through or land in our markets. But just because bad actors want to launder money through the United States does not mean we need to make it easy for them. There are far too many financial shadows in America that give corruption cover. And we need to throw a spotlight
Yeah, like Joe
on them.
Biden's home state of
And that
Delaware.
is what we are doing through many of the measures that are part of the government's holistic strategy to combat corruption, which
There's a
we
little
released
pop-up
this
thing
week.
in the middle, like towards the top middle of the screen. I don't know if you can move that.
Exposing who owns shell
This thing?
companies and other illicit funds. In the popular imagination, the money laundering capitals of the world are small countries with histories of loose and secretive financial laws. But there's a good argument that right now, the best place to hide and launder ill-gotten gains is actually the United States.
Disneyland.
And that's because of the way we allow people to establish shell companies.
In Delaware.
Since Andrew Jackson, individual states have been free to set their own rules for incorporating companies. And since the early 20th century,
It's just surprising
some
to hear
states
this.
have allowed anybody to establish a shell company without disclosing who really owns it, what we term the beneficial owner. But this is about to change. Thanks to Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN, we're now in the process of implementing the Corporate Transparency Act. A big bipartisan majority passed the law last year, and it allows us to build a national database of who owns what shell company. On Tuesday, FinCEN issued a proposed rule to collect the necessary information that will help us build this database. It will require many U.S. and foreign companies to report their true beneficial owners to FinCEN and to update that information when those beneficial owners change. We're also ensuring a similar principle applies to real estate because many corrupt actors can hide their money in Miami or Central Park skyscrapers the same way they do in shell companies. An LLC or trust can be listed as the owner. A lawyer can sign the paperwork. Indeed, sometimes the only thing these luxury properties are home to are ill-gotten gains.
So this is the Secretary of the U.S. Treasury Department.
And so we're
like
also
people on the left, we rarely talk about the Treasury Department. We're always talking about the CIA and the State Department.
Someone buys one of
The
these
Treasury
properties,
Department, they're the ones that enforce. They enforce the sanctions on Iraq, on Cuba.
Of course,
You know, they have they probably have more blood on their hands in recent decades than even the U.S. military.
The DoD, yeah.
More. They have more blood on their hands than the DoD. I think you could make that argument if you. I mean, how many people did they believe died in the sanctions in Iraq? Like 500,000 children in the 1990s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Madeleine Albright was.
This.
Yeah, go ahead.
We've also established a kleptocracy fund.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jeb. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, I mean,
she
doesn't talk about any of that at all, obviously, and it's something that we probably, as activists, anti-imperialists, anti-war activists in the country, should be focusing more, I think, on the Treasury Department,
Justice, and USAID. In fact, today,
I want to hear what she said about USAID.
Announced a new coordinator of American markets and pursuing them abroad is work we're carrying out with partners at State, Justice, and USAID. In fact, today, the State Department announced a new coordinator on global anti-corruption issues and committed a substantial amount of funding to support members of the media and other activists who expose bad actors. USAID is launching a series of programs with similar goals. But let me close by saying this. It's very important that we recognize that it's not only foreign actors who abuse our financial system. There's corruption here at home, especially when it comes to how people pay taxes, or rather, how they don't. Last year, more than $600 billion was withheld from public coffers because of our broken tax system, which effectively lets the country's top earners and largest corporations get away with evasion. Now, obviously, there's a difference between a tax evader and autocrat who drains the public treasury, but the financial implications are similar.
So Maduro is worse than Bill Gates. He's basically saying
things that benefit everyone. Education, childcare, roads, and bridges. The dollar that stays in a tax cheat's account is also the dollar denied to the child who needs subsidized kindergarten. After all, the United States cannot be a credible voice for free and fair government abroad if at the same time we allow the wealthy to break our laws with impunity. The idea of democracy is bound up in the idea of America.
It's like all liberal doublespeak, you know, like there's a few truths here. Yeah, tax evasion, these wealthy people, corruption, but it's like,
and with that, I'm happy to
the whole system is like brought into the core. How she got her career. I mean, you look at these people, how you know all the institutions she served in. I mean, she's like. So she mentioned the autocrats and how like they're like worse than even these tax evaders. So therefore, like, you know, we can do whatever we want to those countries. You know, like in the Korean War, it was justified to kill, you know, what was it, 20-30% of the population. Venezuela, we can, you know, stop medicines and energy and, you know, trade, cut them off from financial interactions, do anything to the country. That's not like immoral or corrupt.
This is honestly all day.
Revolting.
All day, this is the most truth I've heard. I mean,
yeah.
Just to be clear, and it's the only time I've heard anyone really be critical of the United States.
Huh. Yeah.
So that's surprising. I'll give Yellen props for that. I mean, for what it's worth. I'm still waiting for my cookies. Let's skip over Andrea Mitchell.
Kamala?
No, we're gonna do a little bit of the panel. Hopefully, we can hear from Kit on this.
Sure.
Because he's really knowledgeable here. But I fast forwarded a little bit.
In their respective roles. Joining us today, we are honored to have the President of the Republic of Botswana, Mokgweetsi Masisi, who has pledged his commitment to fight corruption in his country. The President of the Slovak Republic, Zuzana Chaputova, the first woman to be elected head of state in her country. As a lawyer and environmentalist, she won a landmark case in the European Court of Justice, confirming the public's right to participate in decisions that impact the environment. She was awarded prestigious Golden Environment for. Also with us today, Paul Radu, co-founder of the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, who led the award-winning Russian, Azerbaijani, and Troika laundromat investigation, and coined the term laundromat to define large-scale financial fraud vehicles used to launder billions of dollars, as Secretary Yellen was referring. Ruben Lefuka, Zambia's Transparency International Vice Chair, an architect and environmental consultant, who serves on the board of the International Anti-Corruption Conference. From 2011 to 2013, Mr. Lefuka helped advise the President of the Republic of Zambia on drafting their new national constitution. And Ecuador's Attorney General, Diana Salazar Mendez, who has been recognized by Secretary of State Blinken, as you just saw, as one of 12 inaugural anti-corruption champion heroes. She was the youngest person and the second woman to assume that post, and the first career prosecutor to become the country's chief law enforcement officer. Also with us is
Ecuador is such a beacon of democracy.
Co-founder and executive director of Ukraine's Anti-Corruption Action Center.
Repress the left in their country, political persecution.
Yeah, and taken millions from the International Monetary Fund, basically sold their country out.
Sold Assange out, right? Everything.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Andrea. Secretary Yellen, distinguished panelists. It's an honor for me to be invited to take part in this segment of President Biden's summit. The fight against corruption is at the top of my country's development agenda. And therefore, sharing this platform with a team of distinguished panelists to discuss this phenomena is encouraging as we learn more about the most effective ways to fight this vice. Corruption is commonly defined as the abuse of entrusted power for personal gain. It is a silent crime sustained by weak administrative systems and lack of accountability. It contributes to poverty by denying the poor and marginalized people in society basic services and amenities meant to address inequality and social injustice. In Botswana, we have embraced the importance of political will as critical in the fight against corruption because it engenders an anti-corruption culture at the highest level, which offers a firm foundation to deal with the vice. Botswana is aware of the corrosive nature of corruption on democracy and the rule of law, and so we have made it the responsibility of the political leadership and senior public servants to inculcate anti-corruption measures in their processes and procedures. In this respect, we have taken a deliberate decision to ensure that all government ministries and departments have anti-corruption units within their structures to conduct transaction monitoring for early detection of corruption practices. This initiative was informed by the realization that the fight against corruption is crucial in our governance system. We therefore encourage all systems of government to promote ethical behavior, integrity, commitment to standards and processes in their daily transaction
as an anti-corruption tool. With rapid economic development, Botswana, like other countries, experience incidents of corruption, both in the public and private sectors. The fight against corruption is an effective tool and key to promoting good governance. As such, the agency mandated to combat corruption must be well-resourced and granted independence to conduct its affairs without any form.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, when I was like about 16, I had my first job, and I had a lot of troubles with the manager. And I remember somebody telling me that the job of the manager is to make problems go away. And I was thinking that's sort of what this guy and these leaders in the global south are for the empire and for these big transnational companies. They're there to make problems go away. And to get to where he is, imagine all the gatekeeping he had to go through. And so he's not going to address like any issues of, the population that doesn't have health care, that they're, the minimum wage is so low that, the global geoeconomic forces that, put Botswana into such like a neo-colonial position. He's not going to talk about any of that. He's there to make problems go away.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's not changing the fundamental structure of the stealing of surplus value, etc. He's rooting out the bad managers that are gonna actually compromise that system, right?
So guys, I have to run because my building manager's coming and I have to deal with my flooded apartment. I hope the rest of this goes well. I'm very sorry it had to happen on like the worst of days. But
No, it's okay. And actually, we only have about a half an hour left. Unfortunately, I have to leave town. I'm living in a small town right now, and you can go, Mila.
Next time.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Good to see you.
I'm living in a small town right now, and my fiance fell off her bicycle, and we need to actually leave town to get her medical care.
Yeah, that Alex.
So we're I have about an hour to get ready after we finish. So we're only going to go for another half an hour. Unfortunately, can't go longer. Is there anyone you want to hear from specifically in this panel, Kit?
Yeah, I mean, like whack on Paul Radu, who's like the co-founder of OCCRP, because I think it's just like it's really interesting that she just meant I think Yellen mentioned that he coined the term laundromat to refer to grand financial schemes because their reporting on Troika was a perfect example of how they actually kind of end up serving power with all of their kind of crusading public interest journalism.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that now.
Search desk that helps journalists to trace people, companies, and assets in criminal networks and to keep track of information in more complex investigations. So what do you see as the greatest obstacle to holding governments accountable, in particular in Romania and also around the world?
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrea. And thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this forum on behalf of my amazing colleagues at the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. We are investigative reporters working tirelessly in investigating organized crime, exposing the highest levels of corruption. And one of the main obstacles in investigating corruption, in exposing corruption, is the infrastructure that was built over more than 30, 40 years, over decades, the infrastructure, the criminal infrastructure that allows for this corruption to flourish. Now, I grew up in Eastern Europe. I'm from Romania. And in the early 90s, we were high on this dream of democracy. It was right after the fall of the Berlin Wall, right after the fall of the communism. And we thought, the page has turned and we're living in a new era and people have a new chance to experience freedom. What we didn't know was that we turned a page in the same book. The same people who were looting the countries, the Eastern European countries, in the 80s, in the 70s, kept on looting in the 90s, in the 2000s. 20 years later, I was with my co-founder in Cairo, in Egypt, working with investigative reporters in the Arab countries and North Africa in exposing high-level organized crime and corruption in their countries. They were full of hope as well, because they thought the tide has turned. And, you know, hope was crushed at every turn, because what we didn't see, what many didn't see, was that this corrupt infrastructure that the criminals put in place over decades was still left intact. And this corrupt infrastructure is comprised of offshore companies, the lack of transparency when it comes to the financial services, the fact that the criminals are very innovative. They are early adopters of technology. They put together systems, corrupt systems, that are replicated over and over across geographies, across servers. So this is the biggest obstacle in fighting corruption, the fact that this infrastructure is not seen enough by enough people who can act on it.
Right, okay, pause it.
OCCRP.
So, okay, so I mean, you know, he talks about this infrastructure and whatnot. I mean, you know, one of the key ways that, you know, very wealthy people or organizations, you know, enable money laundering is via, you know, established institutions like HSBC, which is like one of the biggest banks in the world, and it's a very, very British institution. And like it is, you know, heavily implicated in just about every major financial scandal or, you know, kind of example of financial crime in the world. You know, it facilitates money laundering for, you know, like drug dealing gangs and like major criminals and whatnot. And so in the prelude to the Pandora Papers was in 2016. There was the Panama Papers, which was very widely covered by the mainstream media, and this was a joint investigation by the ICIJ, which is likewise funded by George Soros and
Pierre Omidyar.
And Pierre Omidyar and like and USAID and all these these other kind of state or quasi-state organizations. And you know, this revealed that this revealed how you know, global elites use the services of this Panamanian offshore law firm called Mossack Fonseca, which had been, you know, exploited by wealthy people and public officials for fraud and tax evasion, and, you know, blah 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 blah. And then, you know, the pair's reporting and you know, and resultant media coverage was, you know, focused very heavily on kind of Western politicians who used this firm's services, but then the key promoter of you know, the paper's most lurid contents was the aforementioned piece of shit Bill Browder, and he was all over this and saying that this proved that, like, you know, that Russia was this heavily corrupt country. But then what he never mentioned, and indeed what the media never mentioned, is that he's named himself in the Mossack Fonseca papers, linked to a large number of shell companies, to insulate himself and his clients from tax on profits he made from raping and pillaging Russia during the 90s, and to disguise ownership of these huge properties he owns in the US when, you know, he gave up his US citizenship so to avoid tax in the country. He's now non-domiciled in the UK, but it's just like, you know, Mossack Fonseca, I mean, and Browder himself has actually got an intimate relationship with OCCRP, and has, you know, promoted their work, etc. And they've never mentioned that that he's named in them, and yes, is a, you know, highly corrupt billionaire who has gained his wealth through a variety of illicit means. But then also as well, I mean, you know, Mossack Fonseca doesn't exist anymore. A vast number of, you know, offshore law firms still do, and they're often backed by HSBC. And, you know, again, as I said, you know, the Troika laundromat, right? Like, HSBC was named on the Troika Bank's own website as his agent's partner, and then the head of OCCRP's data team publicly acknowledged that HSBC was incredibly prominent in all of the Troika's corrupt schemes. That's a direct quote from him. But then this was again never mentioned by the mainstream media. OCCRP never released the underlying data on HSBC's involvement in this. And then I suspect that the reason for this was OCCRP's reporting partners on this story, on the Troika story, were the BBC and the Guardian. And like, the BBC counted Rona Fairhead who was a HSBC non-executive director, at the same time, like the head of the British state broadcaster was also working for this highly corrupt bank. And then The Guardian, the OCCRP's other reporting partner on this story, has enormous commercial relationship with the bank, and it's like largely dependent on its advertising revenue in order to like stay afloat. So quite clearly there are blind spots in all of this, and all it takes is enough people with a vested interest in turning a blind eye for a very, very, very slanted picture of reality to filter out in public.
Well, this just as well as I do that, this whole, the anti-corruption NGOs, the investigative journalistic NGOs, they're all getting money from the same people to do the same thing. And oftentimes it's those very same people that are incidental in their focus, right? I mean, Piero Migliar, again, a funder of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, who does all these papers, Panama Papers, Paradise Papers, whatever the last one was, Pandora Papers. He was exposed in the Panama Papers, but again, of course, The Intercept, which is owned by Piero Migliar, is not talking about it. It didn't get the mention it didn't get mentioned in mainstream media, but it's like you have these handful of oligarchs who have these investments in various civil society sectors that all kind of work in collusion with each other to bring about an outcome that will be to the financial benefit of those oligarchs. And that outcome is color revolution and regime change. I mean, this is why I appreciate your work, because you're one of the rare journalists that actually understands that, right? So
it's an amazing thing I have to, like see reality. I was just going to say, like, if you want to, it's been great, guys. I might skip off now, and then you can skip ahead to Kamala, because I mean,
No, I think that's a great idea. Like I said, I only have an hour to get ready before I have to pack my bags and leave town. So thank you so much, Kit, for joining us. Follow him on Twitter at Kit Clarenberg. Follow his new Substack. Just a brilliant reporter. One of the few people who's actually exposing these intelligence agency projects and the projects of the financial elite. So thanks so much, Kit.
No, my pleasure, Alex. Anytime. Take care, mate.
Thanks, Kit. Thanks, Kit. Appreciate it.
Yeah. See you.
All right, and as Kit suggested, we're gonna try to skip forward to Kamala. I think I have the schedule somewhere. Let me see the schedule, because Kamala's coming up at 1:25. Oh, so I think she's done already, right? Yeah, she should be done already. Because she's only 10 minutes long. I might actually end this a little bit shy of 1, just because I really have to rush out the door. Okay. And thanks so much for sticking with us, Jeb.
No worries. Yeah, I was thinking when you were talking about The Intercept and the Pierre Omidyar funding, I've known so many journalists who, their idea of sort of making it is to get an article into The Intercept. Yeah. And I was thinking there's also a really interesting dynamic with academia and journalism, the sort of sad state of these, these dinosaur institutions that we all sort of want someday to reach that pinnacle. And so journalists are trying to get into, this billionaire regime change funded, this guy that funds this outlet that puts out some good reports from time to time. And, you can actually make money writing for them. So this is the place. Yeah. And in academia, it's the same thing. It's that people want to get to these universities, these research universities, these, these ivory towers and these places that are just bathed in all of this money, and the DOD money also, by the way, and different corporate philanthropic donors, and these profit-making institutions that are so tied in with state power and the sort of the ideological apparatus, the reproduction of that in our country. So it's interesting that like both those careers that we've had from time to time still are involved in from time,
that's where the real anti-corruption work is, right?
Yeah.
We need to root out this kind of billionaire corruption of media and academia. I mean, and I'm not even joking, right? It sounds like I'm being silly, but I'm not. It's a real problem. I'm going to go ahead and play Kamala. She's going to go for 10 minutes. So I appreciate you sticking around. Let's play it. There's still a lot. Oh, go ahead.
I already have a headache.
Thank you, Governor Janet Mills. It's good to see you, and thank you for your leadership and your friendship. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to join leaders from around the world as we conclude the first day of the Summit for Democracy. As I have discussed with many of you, I believe our world is at the start of a new era, an era with new challenges, an era with new opportunities, an era that is defined by interconnection and interdependence. In this new era, I believe that democracy is our world's best hope, not because it is perfect, but because of its principles. Because
I feel like she's always talking down to us. Like I feel like I'm always being talked down to when I listen to her.
I mean, that's the public's perception, right? Because she's so wildly unpopular.
It is a means to solve our greatest
they're floating her for
challenges,
2024
from
with
COVID-19
Buttigieg, but like
to the climate
neither
crisis.
of them are likable.
It is a particular
it's a recipe for
urgent
a Trump,
concern
another Trump
that
presidency.
democracy
I think
is presently under threat, and for 15 years has been on the decline. Around the world, autocrats have become emboldened. Human rights violations have multiplied, and corruption is undermining progress.
Meanwhile, she's sitting on top of an empire that is carrying out like the economic siege of like Yemen and propping up the Saudi dictatorship, and has bases all around the world and upholding like all the different laws and systems that maintain like sweatshops and environmental devastation of the planet. So
yeah, no, absolutely. But I mean, also she says democracy has been on the decline for 15 years. Well, what was going on with democracy 15 years ago? Well, I think that was the point, let's say 2006 or so, where it became extremely obvious that the United States' attempt to impose democracy on Iraq and Afghanistan via bombs was an utter mess, and it was killing innocent people and destroying some of the oldest countries in the world. I think there was a lot of popular support even in other countries for the United States' imperial agenda after 2001, but as the years went on and there was no meaningful change, the Taliban was not really rooted out. Iraq collapsed. It became obvious that the U.S. style democracy just wasn't that convincing for people, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, for me, I thought a big juncture also was when Bush was trying to push that free trade zone of the Americas.
That's a good point. Yeah,
September 11th, and that was really when Chavez crossed the line when he opposed the FTAA and they had to get rid of him, and that was that famous documentary, "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised," that shows that 2002 coup attempt in Venezuela, or brief coup. And then the building of AFRICOM and building up of that, and the coup in Haiti. I think did that start under Bush? Or I know he was
I think
really
so.
involved in Africa.
I can't say for sure, but I think so.
I know it really strengthened under Obama.
Of course, everything, right? Every bad thing Bush did, Obama
just like intensified it.
Yeah.
Information is undermining
and misinformation. That's always the biggest concern.
And so it is incumbent on each of us, individually
we
and
need some more internet truth tracking applications.
Here in the United States, we know that our democracy is not immune from threats. January 6th.
Yep, there it is. There it is, people.
And the anti-voter laws that many states have passed are part of an intentional effort to exclude Americans from participating in our democracy. In our democracy, in every democracy.
So it is true that there's like massive attempts at voter intimidation, like stopping people that have like records of being in prison from like voting and
ensuring every eligible American.
That's all true.
Right.
Well, that's what I talked about in my Mint Press article is that
and an effort that I am proud to
U.S.
lead.
democracy. The U.S. has no business deciding which countries are and aren't democracies because we have so many issues with ours. Whether it be like voting rights or, I mean, even one thing I point out is more than a third of eligible voters didn't vote in 2020. And that's the like highest voter turnout in 120 years.
The right to vote.
So we have no business
but executive action alone is not enough.
Saying China's not a democracy, Russia's not a democracy. We don't have a democracy here.
Right now, there are two bills.
Yeah, some years back, I was living on the Central Coast in California, and there was a bill to stop fracking because there's a lot of offshore and there's a lot of offshoring there.
Yeah,
offshore drilling.
Every eligible
and
American can vote.
These energy companies, they just dropped like tens of millions of dollars into this like local election.
Today,
and
as the world watches,
I just remember everywhere, YouTube, Google, everywhere you go, you were just constantly barraged with ads for like 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, and I remember at the time reading it was like one of the biggest money drops in any local election for like I think ever, or for a while. And you just see how big business runs the country, and they have all these different methods for building consent and impacting how information that people get and how we can
well, we have no idea what's going on with political spending because there's no transparency there. That's not democratic. There's like massive, one thing I didn't even talk about in my article is just how many people are banned from voting because they've been convicted of a felony, and Kamala played a huge part in that herself. I mean, everybody knows this, right? Like everybody knows that Kamala was the top cop, right?
Yeah.
So how many people is she directly responsible for disenfranchising? For how many people has she made it impossible for them to ever vote again? It's sick.
I think there were like thousands of people, or maybe it was like 18 or 1900 people that like she had like personally overseen their, the prosecutions against them. She signs off on these when she in California for like marijuana, for smoking marijuana. So she's definitely up to her neck in all this stuff. It's kind of hard to talk about that now though, because what she's engaging in now is even so much worse on even such a larger scale, right? When you're at the federal level. But I think one thing important to just remember, like, we don't want to make it too individualistic, right? This is like, she's part of this whole behemoth that been built up for decades through like bloodshed, repression, war. I mean, in our country, we don't like the labor struggle in our country is so sort of like fractured and weakened, and so many of the unions are what we would call business unions, where they're fighting for the sort of the like sectoral interests of their workers rather than a broader like struggle, a broader working class struggle. And that goes back to the early 20th century when the left-wing unions were basically smashed by the state. And even all the way back to the 19th century where they banned general strikes and created this
Pinkertons.
This very anti-labor environment in this sort of like the historical evolution of our country. So she is like at the summit of this, this machine that has been built up for like, centuries, decades and centuries. And that's where she's got, and all the gatekeepers she had to go through to get there. I mean, and she's going to talk down to us from that position.
Yeah.
So let's watch it. Watch some more.
And I reiterate our call for swift passage of these bills.
I mean, and again, they're using this international summit to promote the Democrats' domestic agenda.
We also know that the strength of
the
our
Prime Minister of Sweden cares about Build Back
to
Better.
The strength of democracies worldwide. And so we are equally committed to combating threats to democracy wherever they exist. Threats such as corruption, which corrodes public trust, fuels inequality,
Kamala
and can
corrodes public
destabilize
trust.
nations and entire regions. On Monday, our administration released our first ever U.S. strategy on countering corruption. Through this strategy, we will deepen our understanding and response to the transnational dimension of this threat, which I know from my work with leaders around the world is critical.
This is sort of about kind of like
Human rights and democracy are
sort of like
inextricably linked.
liberal ideology around
also
like
rejoined
American
the
exceptionalism,
United Nations Human
and
Rights
trying to
Council.
kind of take it back from
Together, we
the sort of
must
bloviating, like
of people with
direct,
disabilities.
coercive jingoism of Trump.
Yeah.
Trying to appear as kind of this more sort of nuanced, like
LGBTQI
intelligent liberal that
women's rights.
Yeah, no, you couldn't be more right.
people around the world can get behind, because we're
And I will say what I said then.
we're humanitarians, etc.
The status
Well,
of
and
women
tomorrow,
is the status of
the
democracy.
chief proponent of humanitarian
exclusion of
intervention,
women
Samantha
in
Power,
decision-making
now
is a
director of
marker of a
USAID,
flawed
is she's got 2
democracy
speaking slots
and the
tomorrow.
full
So
participation of
you
women.
know, that's exactly what this is all
strengthens
about. It's
democracy.
renewing
To that end,
the message
our
of humanitarian
administration has
intervention.
launched the first
Are you gonna
national
stream
strategy
tomorrow, or is this like
No,
too much,
no, no,
like,
no, no.
too much?
I have to leave
cultural-
town
working
anyways.
to defend equal rights, including reproductive rights.
Well, they were
which are a
really
favorite
sloppy
here in the
because
United
I was planning to do this for a
And
little
we are
while,
working with
but they
partners
didn't
around the
release their
world
schedule until
to promote
Tuesday
the
night.
full participation.
So I had no.
of
I
women and
said, okay, I'm
girls.
going to do it
So I
on
will
Thursday
conclude today
because
with
I'm going to pause here for a second. I'm going to do it on Thursday because I figured they want to get like all the really crazy big names out on day one, and that's what they did with Juan Guaido. But I had no idea what was going to be today until Tuesday night.
Wow.
So tomorrow they have some more interesting people. I'd like to cover it, but unfortunately I can't just because I'm leaving town. And this is a little, it's tough to sit in front of a camera for 4.5 hours. But let's finish up our speech and then we'll get going.
Short story. So this week, as we know, Olaf Scholz took office as the Chancellor of Germany. And the President and I both look forward to working with him as we did with his predecessor. And on that point, back in July, this last July, I welcomed German Chancellor Angela Merkel to my residence here in Washington, D.C. We spoke then about the status of democracy in our respective nations and around the world. And I mentioned my belief that democracy is marked by both its strength and its fragility. It was a thoughtful and a powerful conversation. And it was also very personal. The Chancellor shared what it was like to live behind the Iron Curtain. And I shared how the civil rights movement influenced my upbringing.
Give me a break.
Though we grew up,
It reminds me of one of these real sort of stilted job talks at a university.
the importance of democracy in our own lives was and remains clear. As we address the present threats to democracy, as we work to prove its value and vitality in this new era, as leaders of our world, we must all remember that democracy is neither an abstract concept nor a static state. Democracy lives in the people. Democracy is the people.
The children of Yemen.
is our best hope. So as we go forward, let us do the work that democracy requires. Let us go to work. Let us deliver together.
It sounds like she's in a church, right?
Thank
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry to put everyone through that. I'm sorry to you, Jeb. I'm sorry for our viewers. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. And I know that there's been viewers watching throughout the whole thing. Thanks so much for joining us. You have anything you want to add before you go, Jeb?
I think I'm just going to go, like, I don't know, drown myself. There's a swimming pool nearby. I'm just going to, go walk into it, hold my breath.
So, Jeb Sprague, author, professor, sometimes a journalist, and a very good one at that. You can follow him on Twitter. What is it? At Jeb Sprague?
Yeah, Jeb Sprague, yeah.
Follow him on Twitter. Really, really brilliant guy. Thanks so much for joining us. And everyone watching, thank you so much for watching. We wanted to do today's episode for free for everyone to watch because it's like Christmas for us with this Democracy Summit. We wanted to try to give an opportunity for our podcast to reach new audiences. If you subscribe to our podcast, it's $10 a month. You also get access to all the other political content on Rockfin, which is really great stuff. There's a lot of good people on there. Max Blumenthal, Ben Norton, Lee Camp, Jimmy Dore, lots of people. So go ahead, subscribe through us if you enjoyed the show today, and you'll get access to all those other people. Every week we do a show where we talk about mostly the U.S. support for democracy movements, which is, I think most people watching now probably understand this as a Trojan horse for regime change to bring about privatization for big business and Washington's allies. So this is something that we're going to keep tracking, and we really thank you for joining us today and hope to see you again in the future.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jeb. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Alex. You're great.
Thanks, man.